Good morning, my lady.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning,
Yes.
Good
Judge.
morning, my lady.
Today is the 1st of September 2021. Irene, can you call the name, the matter into the record?
Calling the matter live Esidimeni, case number I-001 of 2021.
Morning, my lady.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Sibara. You have just indicated yesterday that, can I finish with Mr. Sibara before I see there is somebody from, yes. You indicated that there were documents that you referred to. Which
Yes.
documents are those? Because all the documents are on case line and you just want the court to take note of those documents, isn't it?
Before I got there, my lady, they say
Yes.
there's a colleague who's standing in for Mr. Fobe. He wants to introduce himself to you.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Who is that?
He was on the screen now.
Good morning, my lady.
Yes, there was somebody yesterday, now there is another person today. Is it for the same Mr. Fobe?
Indeed so, my lady. It's Mr. Madira. I'm working with Mr. Fobe on this matter.
And who was there yesterday?
I beg your pardon?
Somebody was also present on his behalf yesterday. Is it the same? Is it Mr. Fobe?
Yes, it was Mr. Fobe yesterday.
Okay. Your name is?
Madira.
Madira.
Yes, my lady.
Your initials?
MA.
From Fobe Attorneys.
Indeed so, my lady.
Thank you very much.
The court, please.
Thank you.
I'm indebted to the court, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Sibara.
If I may proceed, the documents which we intend to upload, they are not on case line. They're not on case line. I am going to assist the court. Is the letter which we referred to Mr. Sulubano about the request for medical records?
Letter referred to?
We put it to Mr.
Talking
Sulubano.
about Mr. Shilubane. I don't know of any Mr. Shilubane.
I'm sorry, my lady.
Look, the
Dr.
letter referred to Dr. Mukachwa.
Yes, we
You
cross-examined
want
Dr.
to
Mukachwa.
mention Dr. Silibano?
No, it's a letter which was drafted by Dr. Manamela
Oh, okay.
requesting medical records from Dr. Mukachwa.
Just a second.
Thank you, my lady.
A letter referred to Dr. Mukachwa during cross-examination.
Yes. In fact, there are 3 letters, name, my lady.
Okay, just a second.
Okay.
From Dr. Manamela, yes.
Secondly, it
You
is the
say
letter.
these are 3 letters.
Yes, it's
Next time those documents should be uploaded prior to, so that to the witness being cross-examined, so that the witness can also, everyone in the house should be able to locate the document when the witness is referred to.
that would be in order, my lady.
Yes, you said
second-
this. Can you just give me the dates of the letter so that one should?
Yeah, this date was signed on the 3rd of June 2016.
You spoke about 3 letters.
Yeah, let's start with the one for request.
3rd of June 2016.
Yes, this one is the request for medical reports. So
Yes.
it was signed on the 3rd of June. Thanks, my lady. So the second 2 letters, my lady, they were signed on the same day,
Yes.
the 4th of April by Dr. Manamela,
Which year?
2016.
Yes.
One was to Dr. Wadala. I'm going to spell it for you, my lady. It's WADA LLA, Wadala.
Yes.
So it was requesting him to assist in the assessment of patients. These patients were being assessed at Randfontein and West Rand Complex.
Yes.
The second letter, it was to Dr. Gania by Dr. Manamela.
How do you spell that? G?
G-A-N-I.
Yes.
E-R.
Okay.
It was requesting Dr. Gania to do assessments at
This is
Waverley.
by Dr. Manamela.
Yes, by Dr. Manamela. That's correct, my lady.
To ask him to do what?
To do the assessment of patients at Waverley.
Okay.
Those are the letters, my lady. Those are the documents we're going to request to be uploaded. But, my lady, I'm prepared to scan them to the evidence leader. I don't want to tamper with his structure, if that is okay with him. I've not uploaded documents before. I can email and scan them to him so that he can.
You can arrange that with him.
I'll do that, my lady. Finally, my lady, I've noted that there are some personnels or NGOs which have not been represented yet.
Yes,
I am going to try and peruse perhaps the statement of Ms. Ngube.
Yes.
And see if there's no conflict. I'm prepared to avail myself to assist her.
What happened to Mr. Mapianya? I don't know. Mr. Mapianya also.
He volunteered, I remember. Yes.
Yes, but we've got two who said they don't want representation.
I remember, yes, my lady.
There's nothing that we can do about that unless they change as we go along. Yes.
There's nothing we can do.
Thank you very much. I hope that the others can also offer to assist.
I'm done, my lady. I'm going to move away from the camera. Miss Munjale, she's going to be using my system today.
Okay.
I'm going to be sitting around. Thanks, my lady. I'm indebted to the court.
Okay, thank you. Is that you who's proceeding, or can we move to another counsel before, as you are sorting out your things, Ms. Mjerere?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, just settle yourself while we, the other counsel who are prepared to proceed now. If you can just remove the switch off the camera or the video so that we can. Yes, I don't know whether it was Mr. Mapianya and who. Mr. Mapianya, are you there? Yes, and Mr. Suping.
As it pleases the court, my lady, I'm available, and if possible, I can start if nobody.
And then, okay. Mr. Suping.
As it pleases the court, my lady.
Mr. Suping, it's on behalf of
Museho Home and Takalani.
The witness is warned. Good morning, Mr. Mukachwa.
Good morning, my lady. Good morning, Mr. Suping.
Yes,
Doctor. My lady, I just want to indicate that I've got few questions, as I believe that previous advocates dealt with most of the things that I wanted.
We are continuing with the cross-examination of Dr. Mukachwa.
As it pleases the court, my lady. Dr. Mukachwa, good morning again. If memory serves me well, you indicated in your testimony yesterday that there's no mental health care user who left without proper documentation. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do, my lady.
Okay. The instruction that I received from clients is that the mental care users that were received by them had no recent periodicals. What's your comment?
My comment would be similar as previously. I cannot account for what happened after documents were handed over to the Department of Health officials. Between leaving Life Esidimeni and reaching the destination NGO, that was totally out of my hands.
Further to that question is that the instruction that I received from clients is that some of the mental care users arrived with only Form 3, which is the discharge form, and that form had only brief notes on them. What's your comment?
Come again? If before the witness responds, I take it that the witness knows who was responsible for Tsepong and Takalani. Mosego. Yes, Mosego. Yes, but
yes.
Oh, okay. I just wanted you just to indicate for the purpose of the record when you say clients, we understand that is Takalani and Mosego, and who were the owners there, so that the evidence can be clear.
Dr. Dorosis Kukuni.
Yes. Okay. So yes, continue. So your next question was, if you can just repeat that question.
Just to repeat, instruction from clients is that some of the mental care users arrived at their site or at the NGOs with only Form 3, which is a discharge form, and that form had only brief notes on them, not details note. What's your comment?
All documentation as detailed in our discharge procedure were handed over to the Department of Health officials. If forms were lost after they were handed over, I totally had no control over it.
But if I may, did I understand this question to be meaning that what you say is that these Form 3s, some of them had only brief notes?
That's correct, my lady.
Yes, if you can, I don't think the witness has answered to that. Now, yes.
The discharge summary, my lady, has clinical information that is required to ensure continuity of care. Okay. If the receiving clinician has got some questions around the information received, it is their prerogative to require more detailed information from the clinician that referred.
Okay, thank you. Continue, Mr. Suping.
Thanks, my lady. Yesterday, you made a statement that if the department could have come with resources, they would have made copies of the files. Do you remember saying so yesterday?
It is true, my lady.
Yes.
So does that mean that files were not handed over to the department, only offers were made?
Original files, medical records of the mental health care users were kept at Life Esidimeni. Life Esidimeni offered the department to come and make copies of the documents.
So do you confirm that copies were not made, or were copies made?
Copies of the original file or are we talking about the documents of that the users were discharged with?
I'm speaking about copies of the original files.
Copies of the original files, as I alluded earlier on, some of the mental health care users had large volumes that required, I'll take one example that was requested by a lawyer, which took about 10 terabytes for one mental health care users. That's the quantum of the size of some of the files that we had. So that is the reason why it was not easy for Life Esidimeni to make copies of all the clinical notes of the mental health care users. As a result, a periodic review, discharge summary together with the other stuff was given to the mental health care users when they left. And a periodic review would give you enough information to be able to continue with care.
The instruction from client, especially Museko Ho, is that in instances where periodicals were provided, those periodicals will be all periodicals of 2006. What is your comment on that?
That would be untrue because periodicals are happened at least twice a year. So that wouldn't be true.
The issue is not that periodicals happens twice or so a year, but what the issue is that they received those of 2006 and not recent ones. What's your comment?
Untrue.
Okay. Let's then go to your statement, which is exhibit.
Which one is it, C1 or C2?
C1.
2287, if my memory still serves me well. Is it correct?
Yes.
2287, yes.
Yeah, but I'm looking at 2293.
2293.
93. Okay. In 2293, you are making a statement.
Just a second. Let the witness get the document first.
My lady, I'm sorry to interrupt. I cannot see the witness. I know that he's under cross-examination. I don't know if his camera is switched on and if it's maybe a fault on my side. So can we just check if the witness camera is on? I can't see his face.
My lady.
Your mic is mute, my lady.
My lady, your microphone is muted.
Thank you very much. I didn't notice that because, yeah. Mr. Suping, are you able to see the witness?
Yes, my lady, I can see the witness.
Ms. Foster, do you still have the same problem?
I do, my lady. I can't see Dr. Mokashwa's face.
Can I check with the others?
My lady, it's Lawrence Hardisha. We had the same problem as Ms. Foster. We went out and came back, and then it worked.
It worked. Can you do the same?
We notified the registrar. The answer is to go out and come back in. We had the exact same problem. Thank you.
Can the others also do the same, please? Let me locate the document while we are trying to do that. Are you sorted, Ms. Foster?
Thank you, my lady. Indeed, that did work. Thank you, Ms. Otis.
Mr. Pinner, do you have the same problem or what is happening?
May it please the court, my lady, we do not have a problem.
Okay.
Dr. Makacha is quite clear to us.
Okay, if you can just switch off your camera so that we can proceed. The same applies to Ms. Mujerere. Yes. Can we continue with Mr. Suping?
Yes, it pleases the court, my lady.
Yes. Before we proceed, Dr. Mukasho,
Thank you, my lady.
Okay,
Yes,
you have the document. Okay,
Yes,
continue.
Dr. Mukasho, did you manage to get the annexure?
Yes, I've got it, Advocate Shuping.
Just look at page 2293, paragraph 23.3.
I can see it.
You can see it. You are making a statement there that NGOs do not have adequate professional support to ensure that the MHCU are well looked after and receive optimal clinical care. Do you see that statement?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. Yesterday, you indicated that you were not afforded an opportunity to visit the NGOs. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
So can you just explain to courts how then did you come to the conclusion that NGO do not have the adequate capacity?
Thank you very much. The Department of Health actually used to run NGO forums where we would participate in. And when this statement was, or this notification was put at that forum, quite a number of NGOs expressed their unhappiness or discomfort around accepting users because they didn't have the kind of professional support that they were there. However, I indicated also in one of my statements that previous engagements with Takalani gave me comfort to transfer our mental health care users to that NGO. What I just needed was to go and see if they had the capacity to receive the 50 that was targeted to them.
All right, my next question was going to cover the very same thing in terms of Takalani and Museho. What about Museho? Did you have comfort to transfer the users there?
Yes, there were users that were transferred to Msiho pre this project. So we were in a good relationship with that NGO.
I'm not speaking about good relationship. I'm speaking about comfort to transfer to them.
Just a second, in other words, what do you want to say? Whether he was happy that the Mosero was in a position to can receive the users.
That's my question, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Doctor.
Thank you, my lady. If the question refers to the users that were being transferred at the time of the project, I indicated earlier on I hadn't gotten the opportunity to go and see the facility personally. However, I had full confidence in Dr. Sikukuni, as I know she knows how to look after the mental health care users.
All right. On page 30314, which is exhibit ELA H21, we go there.
Can I get the number again?
It's 303
30114. That is exhibit, you said, okay.
303.
30314.
Are you there already?
Yes, I got the page. I don't know about the witness.
Not yet?
Yes, okay.
It must be 303. Oh, the venue's down. Sorry, my lady. If the court can assist, under which number is the file?
I think it's 86. It's number 300, arbitration transcript and exhibit.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Mkasho. There's a conclusion made by Judge Mwepo on paragraph 22.3.4. Do you see that?
22.3.4. 3.4, yes.
It says Musiho Home and Tagalani Home did at all relevant times have professional staff. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you agree with that conclusion?
As indicated earlier on, I had I never doubted Musiho and or Tagalani Home because we already had used them before. However, I just wanted to confirm the number that they had the capability to receive the number of users targeted to be transferred to them.
Okay.
Yes. Then let's go back to C1. Your statement.
Yes.
Yes, C1, which page?
Page 2294.
Yes.
Are you there, Dr. Mkasho?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, there's a statement that you are making on page paragraph 30.
Paragraph 30, yes.
Okay. In that on 5 August 2015, I wrote to Dr. Manamela and advised that Life Esidimeni had reached the target of reducing the total number of beds to 2060. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. So just maybe explain to the court, how did you manage to reach that target? What was the process? What steps did you take? And where did you transfer the mental care users in relation to that statement?
We received an instruction to reduce the number of beds from 2,260 to 2,060 from the Department of Health. And working with Dr. Manamela and her team, we then worked on reaching that target by the date that was set by the department. And part of that would be to continue the referral process or the discharge process through our normal process that we handled in Esidimeni to place mental health care users either back to their families or to their to the NGOs that were appropriate for them. And yes, some of the mental health care users were referred to Takalani.
And Mosego, if I may add?
Yes.
Okay. The project, there's a project called Gauteng Marathon Project. Do you know about it?
Yes, I do know about it.
Okay. So the movement of patients, the 200 patients, is it categorized as part of the Gauteng Marathon project?
I wouldn't put it under that because that happened earlier on. That was the first reduction that was proposed by the Department of Health.
Okay. So if the patients who were transferred at that time, would you say that they should form part of this inquest if you were to make a comment about that?
I wouldn't. The first 200 patients, I wouldn't classify them under the marathon project.
Which ones would you classify as marathon project?
After that 200.
So meaning from what date to what date?
I can't recall the dates offhand.
Let me maybe make a suggestion, you'll make a comment. If we say... My lady, if I may interrupt, my apologies to Mr. Siping. May Mr. Siping perhaps just indicate the relevance of these questions? This inquest is limited to the identified deceased as specified and of whom we have the case dockets on case lines. It doesn't relate to anyone else or any other patients. So I fail to see why there should be a debate about whether the 200 patients that Dr. Mkachwa had already indicated had been transferred prior to the marathon project, whether there should be a debate whether they should form part of this inquest or not. It does not seem relevant to me, my lady.
Okay. Can we hear your response, Mr. Supi?
My lady, there are several patients who are not part of the marathon project. I'll just make an example, Mr. Collins, who is here, and if he was not, we need to know why should he be here as part of it. That's why I'm asking this question.
Mr. Collins, who's Mr. Collins? One of the deceased.
One of the deceased.
All right, just be careful as to how you phrase your question. This should at least be relevant to the proceedings before us. If you can lead the witness, let's hear what is it that you want to say. Or before I say so, let me hear the response, the reply from Mr. Bergen.
My lady, if the deceased already forms part of the 141 deceased in respect of whom these proceedings are held, then this debate is moot. then he already forms part of the inquest.
All right.
If it is somebody who does not fall amongst that group of deceased, then Dr. Mkachwa cannot say whether he should or should not, or whether any other deceased should or should not form part of the inquest. That is a matter for your ladyship and the evidence leader to decide, not Dr. Mkachwa.
All right, thank you very much. Yes. Mr. Suping?
My lady, I'll remove my line of questions from that area. Let's go to the same C1, page 2310.
2310.
Yes. You there, Dr. Mkashu?
Yes, I am, Mr. Arbitration.
Okay. There's a paragraph 89 in that page.
Yes.
So in that page, it is said that at least the Gauteng Department of Health demand that each mental health care user must be transferred with his or her complete file. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. So does it mean that because there was no demand for a complete file, that a complete file was not provided?
Please take it into context. This statement refers to the fact that my team and the team from the Department of Health agreed that it wasn't practical for Esidimeni to have the complete files copied given the timeframes that were given. However, the complete file was available to be copied at the time that the department had the resources to come and make copies of those files.
So did you understand the question that I asked? The question that I'm asking is that does it mean that a complete file was not handed over? That's the question.
That's correct. Not a complete file was handed over as illustrated earlier on.
All right. I just want to go back to page 303. Last two questions for you on that.
Page?
30310. Are you there, sir? Are you there, doctor?
Not yet.
300 arbitration transcripts.
300. Please assist. One zero.
My lady?
Yes, Ms. Ramaimela?
If I may just assist Ms. Marriott to navigate quicker, I've just been shown that to get to a page much quicker, they must press find and then go to find page and type the page number. Then it immediately takes you there.
That's what I normally do.
I saw that the judge does that and you are always there quicker, but I learned later like the other points. Thank you, my lady.
Did you manage to get the page?
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Mr. Supi?
Okay. We've got paragraph 17. I'm not going to read all of it, but the sentence that starts with "for a start." You see that sentence?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. It says, for a start, it is not in dispute that Esidimeni held back the medical records of patients, of the patients. What's your comment there?
I think it's a misnomer and it is misinformed because we never held back medical records of patients.
So you're saying that Judge Mwepe is misinformed?
I think the facts that were in at
My
the
lady,
time.
with respect, if I can intervene, my apologies.
Yes, you may. It's just that I'm looking at, yes, I didn't, yes.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I submit that this is an unfair statement and an unfair question to this witness. Life Esidimeni was not a party to those proceedings and obviously did not have the opportunity to present the facts that they would have wished to present. So to put to this witness that, or to ask him if he is saying that in effect the former judge president's finding is incorrect is unfair in these circumstances because Life Esidimeni didn't have an opportunity to have any input in those proceedings.
Yes, just before you conclude your statement, Mr. Suping, I think it's proper when you cross-examine a witness with regard to a document, explain to him what the document is, so that before the witness answers, he should understand what he's dealing with. Because it's like even previously when you referred him to this, you just said, when you were asked as to where is the document, you just indicated that it is in the arbitration record. But you didn't specify that these relate to this particular tribunal.
As if this is the court, my lady.
These are lay people, they don't know who wrote what. So that is why the witness is quick to say, this is a misnomer, people were misinformed. Right? If you can just rephrase the question so that the witness, or explain to the witness what this document is all about so that the witness can understand. Because we have got voluminous documents.
As it is the court, my lady. This document is the findings of the tribunal by that was handled or held before Judge Mwepe. And this is what the observation by Judge Mwepe is in terms of the evidence presented before.
Just to interject, was that not an appeal to the findings of Dr. Mahoba? So the witness must be clearly informed. And you must also explain to the witness what that was all about with regard to Tsepong and Takalani.
That is what my lady.
Yes, rather than to quickly make your own opinion to say, but this is this, you know, or your own conclusion. Okay, continue.
This is the court, my lady. My lady, this is the ad hoc tribunal in terms of section 888A. It was an appeal made by Takalani and Museho from the findings that were made by the ombudsman. So it was before Judge Mwepe, and this is the observation made by Judge Mwepe. I just want your comment. I would not ask for further question on that, but I just want your comments on the observation made by Judge Mwepe. Maybe let me start from the beginning. There's a statement there that's for a start, it is not in dispute that Life Esidimeni held back the medical report of patients. What's your comment? Let's start there.
I did not participate in this tribunal, so I'm not aware if Esidimeni was afforded an opportunity to place their side of the story.
Yes, continue.
Okay. There's another statement that says that I think the last sentence in the very same page, which says that while there is a little disagreement that the sheer scale of death in the NGOs and other health facilities is unconscionable, there was also a number of deaths during the Esidimeni period of stay. What's your comment?
I indicated earlier on that Life Esidimeni was a health facilities, and deaths do happen in health facilities.
Okay. My lady, does conclude my cross-examination.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suping. Can we check, Ms. Mujerere, are you ready?
My lady's advocate Sibara, she just stepped out of the office.
But what is happening? We can't keep on. She must just stay there. I can understand, but please. I mean, Mr. Suping indicated that he was not going to have a lot of questions.
Yes, my lady. I think she quickly went to the ladies. She's coming.
Okay, but I'm looking at my time, and it's. Can we take a? Is Mr. Pianya available? I don't see him. And who was the other one? Other than the two? I didn't. Irene, if I may.
Judge?
Yeah, I just want
Mr. Mapanya called me in the morning. He said he was having connectivity problems and he was traveling from where he was to, don't know where, to somewhere for connectivity.
Can you check him in the meantime? While yes. All right.
My lady, I'll call him as well.
Okay. Ms. Mujerere? You are muted. Ms. Mujerere, can we hear the court? I see it's 10 minutes to 11. I think we can take a break now while they are trying to sort out their problems there. Let's resume after 15 minutes. That will be what time? 20 to 11. No, it's now 10 to 11. So we'll come back at
5 past.
5 past 11.
5 past or even 10 past, it's fine. Mr. Mukasho, you are warned. The court will take a tea adjournment just now and we'll resume at 10 past 11. Mr. Sibara, I hope you'll assist so that when we come back, Ms. Mujerere must be ready to continue. Can we first find out the whereabouts of, oh, I see. Is that Mr. Mapianga there?
The call, please, my lady.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you very much. Can we proceed now? Ms. Mujerere, are you ready?
Yes, my lady, I'm ready to proceed now.
Okay. Dr. Mkachwa, you are once more warned. Thank you. Proceed.
As please the court, my lady.
You seem to be moving up and down, and I don't know whether you'll be able. Okay. I just hope you are not going to be interrupted, because your body is moving a lot. You are not supposed to do that. It means that I don't know whether your position is correct, how you're seated. But please try to do your best. Let's see, because we cannot afford to be stopping the proceedings because the others can be able to use the devices. Yes, continue.
Yes, please the court, my lady. Good morning, Dr. Mkanchwa.
Good morning, Advocate Njerere.
Okay. I'm gonna be asking you some few questions about what happened at Esidimeni.
On behalf of?
On behalf of witness number 11, Matloli Deafening Clove.
Yes, continue.
Okay. My first question to you, doctor, is that you testified before this court that a discharge summary was given in respect of each and every patient.
Come again? A discharge
summary was
provided?
He testified that discharge summaries were given in respect of each and every patient.
Yes.
And that testimony, my lady, it is in page 32732 of the transcribed record of the 20th of July. 32732, my lady.
327
732.
I've got it, my lady.
Yes.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Doctor, I'm gonna quickly refer you to page, I'm gonna quickly refer you to page 23399 of the arbitration record where you testified.
Page
23399 of the arbitration record where the witness gave his testimony. 23399. Are you there, doctor?
23399.
23399.
Okay. 339. Yes, I'm there.
You testified in paragraph 5 here at the arbitration hearing, sentence number 5 from the top. You said, so the discharge summary will include the most relevant information that is current for the patient at the time, including also their chronic medication, including also their dates for follow-ups at the hospitals that they were supposed to go to. Do you confirm this testimony?
Yes, I do.
So from this testimony, doctor, it appears to me that a discharge summary is indeed a very important document to be given to a patient at the time of their discharge or their transfer. Am I correct to say that?
True. Yes, you are.
Okay. Having said that, Doctor, there is evidence before this court that some of the patients who were transferred from live Esidimeni facilities were not given these discharge summaries. What do you say to that?
There is absolutely no mental health care users that you left live Esidimeni without the discharge documents. As indicated earlier on, I will not be held accountable for what happened in transit. If those patients were transported by live Esidimeni to the NGO, that would be a different case. All Esidimeni did was to hand over the documents to DOH officials.
Doctor, I beg to differ with you a little bit. My client, whom I'm representing in this proceeding, Mrs. Daphne McLaughlin-Glovu, she was a social worker at Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center when all this was happening. She was also a member of the MDT of Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. It is going to be her testimony before this court that she accompanied other MDT members to Reconvening, one of your facilities, and indeed, they were not given discharge summaries and medical records for all the patients who were released to them. What do you say to the doctor?
I would say, did she receive the documents directly from live Esidimeni, or the live Esidimeni handed over to a DOH official that was assigned to Randfontein? What happened between the official and your social worker falls under my ambit.
I put it to you, doctor, that my client will again testify that she saw all the documents which were handed over to the MD team at Randfontein in particular, and that there were only, okay, sorry my lady for that. She will testify that 60% of the patients that CCRC received from live Esidimeni did not have their medical records. What do you say to that, doctor?
How many percent?
60%.
60.
Yes, my lady, 60.
The social worker is a professional. By being a professional, if there's anything that she was uncomfortable with at the point of the transaction, she should have raised that. I am not aware of any complaint that was raised by your social worker to live Esidimeni.
And she has given testimony, my lady, at the arbitration hearing regarding that. And her testimony to that effect, my lady, is in page 23032 of the arbitration record on the case line.
Give us the page again. Do you want us to go to the page, or you just refer the court?
I would like the court to go to the page, my lady. It's
okay,
page
just give me the page.
It's page 23032. Do you have it, Dr. Mkacho?
Just a second.
Yes, I do.
Can I continue, my lady?
Yes, I've got it.
Okay. Yes, please, the court, my lady. So, doctor, as a medical doctor, can you tell this court as to what happens if patients skips their medications? Like in this case, the mental health users, what happens to them if they skip their medication?
If they
skip their medication, if they don't use their medication like every day.
Medications are given for patients to control the condition. So if the therapeutic levels drop low, then the condition is not controlled.
I'm gonna refer you to your testimony, doctor. Page 23444.
My lady, may I just looking at that statement, it says here.
Which statement?
The statement on 23032.
Yes, where is that? Because she didn't even refer us to the page. She referred to the page, but she didn't refer us to the statement that she says it was the evidence of Ms. Ndlovu at the arbitration.
Yes, my lady.
Can we give the witness the chance first, please? He wants to say something.
If we look at the paragraph, I don't. If they.
You can just count the lines from the top. Or you just tell us which paragraph is that, because I see.
It's a paragraph by Mahlodi Ndlovu. At the top, she had answered, yes, Judge.
Okay.
And Judge asked, are you able to give us an estimate of those that had and those that did not? And in her response, she said, as I've already mentioned, that some of the patients came into the institution brought by Life Esidimeni staff. Yes. Our staff actually did not take patients to any referral facility. That process was managed by the Department of Health.
Okay.
Thanks, my lady.
Thank you. This is, let me just make a note here.
But Doctor,
just a second, I'll give you the chance. Yes, continue, Ms. Mjerel.
Doctor, the point that I'm trying to make before this honorable court, like I've already said, is that my client, Discharge, she's going to testify that 60% of the patients that Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center received from Life Esidimeni, they did not have medical records. That is the point I'm making before the court.
My lady, I will reiterate, it was not my responsibility to manage in transit of the mental health care users and their documentation. I therefore would like to state that it was not the responsibility of Life Esidimeni to manage patients and documents in transit. They were handed over to the Department of Health officials.
Doctor, the way you are saying it is prompting me to ask you this question, to make a follow-up question, Doctor, to say, were you there at the Life Esidimeni facilities at all material times when patients were being handed over?
I had regional managers under me. I had hospital managers under the regional managers. Under the hospital managers, there was hospital management team. Those were the people who were tasked. I wasn't gonna be there on a daily basis.
Yes,
and there were officials of the Department of Health that were stationed at the facilities for the very same reason that we knew that we did not want to hand over mental health care users to non-clinical people. So we handed over to clinical people who would understand the documentation, who would question if there's anything that they are not happy with the documentation.
Okay, but my question to you, doctor, is that you were not there at all material times, correct?
Very true. That's why I was a manager. I had people who took instructions and followed those instructions strictly.
Okay, doctor, thanks for that. And my other question that I'd asked you earlier before you took us to page 23032 of the arbitration record of my client's testimony. It was to the effect that can you kindly tell the court as to what happens if a user or if a patient skips their medication?
My lady, I have answered the question before. She asked it.
I did not get the answer properly, my lady. Can the witness?
You didn't ask him at the time. Now you want to go back. Okay, respond. I think please avoid this line of questioning, Miss Njerere. You can just respond. She says she didn't hear the answer.
Thank you, my lady. I responded and told the court that drugs are given to patients to control whatever medical condition they have. There's certain therapeutic levels that must be maintained to ensure that that disease or condition is controlled. If the patient skips or does not take their medication, those levels drop, which means therefore that the condition becomes uncontrolled.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the explanation that you have just given before this court, doctor, does it mean that if the user do not take their medication all the time when they're supposed to do so, they relapse? Is that so?
That is uncontrolled would refer to that.
Oh, okay. Thanks, doctor. I put it to you, doctor, that as I've already indicated in my cross-examination, that it is my client's testimony that some of the patients did not receive their medical records. And as a result, these people died because they did not have medication, they did not have medical records from Life Esidimeni.
I have indicated earlier on that Life Esidimeni put in controls to ensure that any mental health care user that leaves the Esidimeni facility has got their documentation, has got their medication, and that was handed over to the Department of Health officials. And I repeat, I do not have any control of what happened in transit after those patients were handed, then their medication and documents were handed over to the Department of Health officials. From there to the receiving of facility, I had absolutely zero control.
And doctor, as a result of that, some of these patients, after they were transferred to other facilities, they were not doing well, they became sick. And that is in in the transcribed record of the court's proceedings of the 19th of July, page number 32624.
I've got it. Thank you, my lady.
What is your comment on that, Doctor?
Which paragraph is that?
Okay, I will repeat, Doctor. I said, as a result of the fact that these patients who were transferred from live Esidimeni facilities to these other facilities did not have medication, and also some did not have their discharge summaries. Some of these patients, as a result, when they went to these new facilities, immediately they were not doing well and they were sick. What is your comment on that?
Before the witness comments, you have just referred the witness to this page. You said that information is on this page. Can you show him where what you are saying is on the very same page? You said these are the proceedings of the 19th of July.
Yes, my lady, it is page 32624 on the case line. And
yes, I'm on that page, and we must also check what this is, right?
Yes.
What is this? Is this the evidence of who that says that?
The evidence of Miss Chambers, my lady.
Yes, okay. You can show the witness why you are saying this. Where is that?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. It is sentence number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sentence number 6.
Come again?
Sentence number 6 of paragraph 10.
Paragraph 10. Do we have?
Yes, my lady.
From paragraph 10, where does one go? Or
going down.
Is it like okay? And then you say from there, which the statement? Where does the statement start?
It starts here where the witness testified to says, so not have enough medication, even skipping a day's medication could have a profound impact on patients with regard to their treatment and compliance. And this was our concern that some of the patients did not have enough medication. And this is why we were receiving the reports that that patients were not doing well and relapsing.
Okay, the witness can just look at that whole paragraph.
My lady, while the witness is looking at the paragraph, if I may just intervene.
Yes, you may.
I have a problem with the line of questioning, my lady. If one looks at the paragraph to which my learned friend wishes to refer Dr. Mkachwa, she must, in all fairness, start at the beginning. The witness is Ms. Chambers, who is not a medical practitioner, and she in fact says so in the introductory line in that paragraph. That would be line 987, line 6.
Yes.
Says, sorry, I am not a doctor who can give exact information on issues of medication. But what I can say is that normally with patients with a chronic illness is that if they are not given their medication, they've got a higher rate to relapse as well as seizures. What my learned friend wishes Dr. Mkachwa to do now is to comment on the lay interpretation of a person who is not a medical practitioner. That is the first point in my objection, my lady.
Yes.
The second point in my objection is, and this is something that really goes to the majority of the cross-examination thus far. Vague allegations are made. Patients, so many patients, or this percentage of patients did either not have medication or did not have records. Well, firstly, as in the instance now, It is not defined what is meant by records. Is it meant the entire patient file? Is it meant they did not have a discharge summary? Is it meant that they did not have a periodical report? That must be clarified. Secondly, my lady, vague allegations will not assist your ladyship to come to the findings that your ladyship is enjoined to do in terms of section 16(2)(d) specifically of the Inquest Act. It does not help to say that Ms. Ndlovu is going to come and testify that 60% of the patients did not have records, whatever records may mean. Because what must be put is whether any of the deceased to which these proceedings relate did or did not have records and or medication. And then the court will be in a position to receive evidence as to whether, if proven, such lack of records or medication contributed to or caused the death of the patient. To make vague allegations goes nowhere with respect. And I would object to the line of questioning where these vague statements are made, painting with a broad brush, but it doesn't bring us closer to what the picture must be at the end.
Thank you. That is why when I started, I said, let the witness look at the whole paragraph, because the witness is just referred to a particular sentence out of context, right? Can I hear you, Ms. Gerard, in response to what Mr. van Bergen has submitted?
As it please the court, my lady. The issue of me referring to the fact that my client will come and testify that 60% of patients who were transferred from life Esidimeni facilities to these other facilities, and Cullinan in particular did not have medical records that maybe I must state the names and all that. I'm just giving a piece of what the witness will come and say before the court. If needs be, she will produce that information when the time comes.
Okay.
I think it is premature now for my learned colleague to expect me to release that type of information before the court. I'm not the one testifying now. I'm not the one giving testimony. I'm just saying that my client will come and testify. And amongst other things, this is what she's going to say before the court. And during her testimony, if needs be, that is when she will go into the details of the matter.
Yes, but in relation to this specific paragraph where you have just referred to the witness to say the evidence is in this on this particular page, you know, what is your take to the expressions made by the submissions made by Mr. van Bergen?
Even the my lady,
do you expect the witness to respond to such a question the way you posed it in relation to that particular paragraph?
As it please the court, my lady, though I agree that maybe I should have started with it from the beginning, but I thought as my main emphasis is about what happens if a patient skips medication. And Dr. Mkachwa himself, my lady, he had already as well testified to say that, yes, it is true, they relapse. So if the doctor has already said that if they don't follow their medication regularly or if they skip, they relapse. So I no longer see the problem with the way in which I've asked the witness the question.
No, but the problem is how you asked that question that pertains to that particular paragraph. The way but the problem was that properly asked. That question was not properly asked.
As please the court, ma'am.
Yes, and then that is why now we want to understand why this line of questioning. We understand that you are telling us that your witness will be giving this kind of testimony, right? Yes, but now referring this particular witness to that particular paragraph as is, the way you posed the question, what is it that you want this witness to achieve? Especially taking into account the address made or the submissions made by Mr. Van Bergen to say Ms. Chambers in that particular paragraph tells this the arbitration that she is not a doctor.
As it please the court, my lady. So,
my lady, if I may just respond, if my learned friend is finished.
Yes, I will give you that opportunity. That's fine.
As your ladyship pleases.
As please the court, my lady. I will withdraw the question, taking into account that the witness himself, who is a medical doctor, has already said that if patients do not take their medication regularly, they relapse.
Okay, let's hear Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Well, with the question having been withdrawn, that solves one part of the problem. But my learned friend's answer has raised another problem. She says that Ms. Ndlovu will come and testify as to specifics.
Yes.
My lady, if Ms. Ndlovu is going to refer to any documentation that is not already on case lines when she testifies and provides the specifics that has been said she will give, then I request that that documentation be provided at an early stage,
yes,
so that we can prepare properly for to meet her evidence.
Yes, that is what I also told Mr. Sibara in relation to the documents, and it's in our directive to say documents should be provided in advance so that the witnesses and their representatives should acquaint themselves with the documents before the witness takes the stand. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Ms. Mjerara. You may proceed.
As please the court, my lady. Doctor, I'm gonna refer you again to page number 32604 of the transcribed record. Where you were being cross-examined by Mr. Van Bergen. No, where Ms. Chambers was being cross-examined by Mr. Van Bergen. Sorry for that, my lady.
Kindly repeat the page for me, my colleague.
The page is 32604.
604. Thank you. I'm there.
Can I continue, my lady?
Just a second, yes. Just a second. Just want to get the page quickly. Yes, the page is 32604.
Yes, my lady.
I got it, yes. Continue. Can you first refer the witness to that particular page and to that particular part of the evidence? And then you will ask a question thereafter, please.
As it please the court, my lady. Doctor, I'm gonna talk to you about paragraph 10, where it starts with Ms. Chambers. Can you see that?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. This witness testified before this court that many of the reports that they have received in their institution, and even photos of patients being buzzed at a very, very quick way, They did not have identifications or stickers. Some were still in their pajamas from the morning. So from this evidence, I want you to tell the court, doctor, if you agree with me that if these patients were buzzed into the buses while they were still in pajamas, don't you agree with me that it means that these people were not actually prepared by those who were supposed to prepare them?
Life Esidimeni got a list of the mental health care users that were to be transferred a day before. And all preparations were done to make sure that the list has got all the necessary documentation and medication and personal belongings. And that would then be handed over to the Department of Health officials.
But the point I'm trying to make here, doctor, is that the mere fact that people are being taken inside a bus, still in pajamas, does that not mean that these people were not prepared for that particular trip?
I'm trying to also, my lady, I'm trying to state here that Life Esidimeni handed over patients to the Department of Health officials. What happened after the handover was in the hands of the Department of Health officials. I cannot be held accountable for that.
Doctor, can you then tell this court as to, sorry, my lady.
Continue, yes.
Okay. Can you please tell the court as to who was supposed to prepare them to make sure that they are ready for the journey? Their discharge summaries are there, the medication are there, they are properly clothed, they have shoes on. Who was supposed to do that between Life Esidimeni and the officials of the Department of Health?
My lady, I will repeat again. Life Esidimeni received a list of mental health care users that were going to be transferred the following day. And the Life Esidimeni team would prepare the documentation, the medication, the personal belongings of those users that were given on the list. And on the day, all those, the documents, the medication, the personal belongings would then be handed over to the Department of Health officials. As I indicated earlier, the times of departure were not quite clear as to when were they going to be fetched, when were they going to be taken from the Life Esidimeni facilities. To answer my learned colleague, Life Esidimeni prepared all the necessary documentation, medication, and personal belongings of mental health care users according to the list that was provided by the Department of Health officials a day before, and on the day that would be then handed over to the Department of Health officials. Once the handover had happened, then it was out of the hands of Life Esidimeni.
Yes, I think this answers the question. Continue.
As it pleases the court, my lady. Dr. Malanat colleague yesterday, Advocate Ngoko for Rochelle Gordon. She indicated before this court during your cross-examination to say that it is her client's testimony that some of the patients.
Yes, I'm listening.
That some of the patients who were released from Life Esidimeni, they were weak and sick.
I have indicated earlier on that I refused to hand over mental health care users to NGOs for the simple reason that I wouldn't hand over mental health care users to non-clinical people. I have indicated that the mental health care users were handed over to clinicians of the Department of Health, who would then take care of the mental health care users. So from my part, it was clinicians handing over to another clinician who could make sure that continuity of care happened. And as indicated earlier, even the Department of Health appointed other clinicians to make sure that this process happens.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. It is my client instruction, doctor, that on the 10th day of May 2016, she, together with other members of the MDT, they were sent by their CEO to Life Esidimeni Center in Reconvening. The initial instruction was that they were to fetch only 10 patients. But when they arrived there, they were given 26 patients. And this testimony of my client at the arbitration, it is on page 23022.
Just a second, let me hear what
23.
Yes, 23?
23022.
Yes, I want to hear what I didn't get what you wanted to tell us. You said on the 10th of May 2016?
Yes, my client, together with other members
of MDT, yes?
Yes, from Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. It is my client instruction that they were sent by their CEO, Mrs. Matilda Sonyatu, to go to Life Esidimeni Center or rather center or facility in Reconvening to fetch 10 patients.
In Reconvening?
Reconvening, my lady.
Yes.
To fetch 10 patients. And when they arrived there, because they've arrived there with, using a 27 bus seater, they were told to take 26 patients.
They were called or they were told to take?
They were told, my lady, told to take 26 patients. And it is my client instruction that that is what happened on that day. So my question to you, doctor, regarding this testimony of my client at the arbitration hearing is that these other 16 people who were added on top of the initial 10 people whom my client, together with other members of the MDT team from CCRC, were supposed to fetch, were they prepared by Life Esidimeni for this transfer on this particular day? Were they given their discharge summaries? Did they also get their medication? What is your answer, doctor?
My learned colleague, I think I have clearly indicated to you, your client did not come to Esidimeni, and the contact person at the facility was the Department of Health officials, not Life Esidimeni. So if there were any queries, I indicated that we handed to clinicians. Therefore, a clinician would not take, a proper clinician would not take a patient without medical records and their medication. I then question, why are you putting it on Esidimeni? Ask this question to the Department of Health officials that were responsible for transfers in Randfontein. What happened there? The details would come out from there.
No, doctor, you did not answer my question. My question to you is to the effect that these other 16 people who were added to the list that initially it was only for 10 people. These other 16 people, were they prepared by Life Esidimeni? I'm talking about what Life Esidimeni was supposed to do to these people upon them being transferred to other facilities. So hence I said, can I finish, Dr. Sorry? Hence I said, were they prepared? Were they given their discharge summaries? Were they given their medication?
My learned colleague is missing the point that on the list that was provided by the Department of Health the day before was not for one facility only. It was for the number of users that were ready to be discharged. Were they prepared? Yes, they were given all their documentation. If the official of the Department of Health decides that then these 16 are not going to facility X, they must now go to facility Y, that is their prerogative. Esidimeni had already handed over the patients to them. I can therefore not account for that. Please consult with the Department of Health officials.
You have not answered my question, but I will leave this one for argument, my lady.
My lady, that comment is uncalled for and incorrect. Dr. Kochwa said that the list was given the previous day, specifying the number of patients who had to be prepared. That number of patients was, in fact, prepared. If of those patients, the Gauteng Department of Health officials then decided that a certain number would be transferred to a facility other than one initially intended, that's out of his hands. But it is clear that the patients were in fact prepared by Life Esidimeni. That was his answer. And my friend's comment is uncalled for.
Yes, Miss Ndrelel, the evidence is on record. I mean, the witness has explained himself as to which answer you want, or if you feel that you are not satisfied. I mean, I don't understand, because the witness has explained himself, unless if maybe you think of rephrasing, but he has answered the question.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. My next question to you, doctor.
Yes.
It will be, you have testified on the 20th of July before this honorable court that you warned the health officials that the consequences of the transfer of mental health users from Life Esidimeni to these other facilities will be fatal. Can you explain to the court as to what did you mean by that?
I never said that the transfer of the users from Esidimeni, my criticism was leveled at the way the process was being managed. That is what I was referring to. This was overriding our normal referral process, and it was making it difficult to really make sure that you match the mental health care user to the facility that the mental health care user was going to be placed. That was my argument. My argument was the fact that would the receiving facilities be understanding of the needs of the mental health care users? Would they be able to cope with all other associated symptoms that may come, will they be able to pick up any medical conditions or symptoms of medical conditions that need appropriate attention?
Yes, continue.
Okay. Just a second, my lady. Doctor, I've heard you respond regarding that one, but I put it to you that the way you have put your statement, it created an impression that you were warning that where these people are going, they are gonna experience problems or they are gonna die. What is your comment on that?
Just before the witness response, I think there is an objection here.
Thank you, my lady. Not an objection. I would just request that my learned friend refer the witness to the specific statement in the case lines transcript.
Yes, in fact, I was just about to say that because he has just indicated that it's a statement that the witness made when he gave evidence on the 20th.
As your ladyship pleases.
July.
As please the court, my lady, it is page 32712. Did you get the statement, doctor?
Yes, I have the statement, please. Which paragraph?
Yes, and also, I'm also gonna...
Can we just look at the evidence? Let the witness look at the paragraph that you have just referred him to.
It is paragraph 10, my lady, sorry for that.
Thank you, my lady. I think I have already answered this question, unless there's more that my learned colleague would like to know.
Okay.
I will refer you again, doctor, to your testimony at the arbitration hearing. The transcribed record on case line, it is on page 23397.
I've got the page.
My system is too slow today, I don't know, but you'll just continue. It will come.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. And that will be...
Yes, continue.
It will be from paragraph 15 on the same page, my lady. Doctor, you testified at the arbitration hearing to the effect that we wanted a plan. In 2007, children were taken out of our facility and sent to an NGO. Some of them died. We did want a repeat of that. So I saw that Advocate Hasim tried to clarify that with you during her cross-examination on the 20th of July to say that this this statement where you say we did want a repeat of that, you actually meant to say that you don't want a repeat of that.
That is correct,
doctor.
That is correct.
So with this, doctor, I'm trying to show you that your earlier answer when you say that when you said you want the officials of the Department of Health it was about the procedure. The truth from your testimony at the arbitration hearing and also under cross-examination by Advocate Hasim is to the effect that you were implying, or you were basically saying that these people, the manner in which this thing is being done, they are gonna die. Am I correct to say that, Doctor?
I never said that, as you put it. What I said was I wanted a structured plan which would make sure that we would also be comfortable that our mental health care users were going to a facility that would be appropriate for them, and also just to make sure that we also group them so that they do not suffer any adjustment kind of issues there. So they have some friends, we knew them, we knew how they were grouped. So I never said that, I said these children went to an inappropriate NGO that would not care for them. So I did not want a repeat of that.
Doctor, I put it to you that what you are saying is not what you said at the arbitration hearing. It's not what you testified at the arbitration hearing. I'm in fact gonna start from paragraph 10 of the same page 23397, where Advocate Hutamo was asking you questions. Then you will be able to see what really you meant by saying that if the department continues with this process the way it is going, the consequences is gonna be fatal.
Where is that? You said where is that?
It is page same page, my lady, page 23397, paragraph 10. I'm gonna read my Leonard colleague's question, the question that Advocate Hutamo has asked the witness, and I'm also gonna read his own answers into the record.
Okay.
The question by my Leonard colleague Advocate Hutamo was, perhaps let me take you back to where you had said that when you requested to discharge or prepare yourself to discharge these patients, you refuse. And the question was, why did you refuse? And your answer, Doctor.
Where are you reading, if I may, because you've just referred to paragraph 10.
Paragraph 10, my lady, of page 23397.
Yes, and then?
Where it is written Advocate Hutamo, where my Leonard colleague Advocate Hutamo was has been indicated as the counsel who was asking the witness the question at that particular time, my lady.
Okay, no, I got it. Continue.
Yes, the question was by Advocate Hutamo. Perhaps let me take you back to where you had said that when you requested to discharge or prepare yourself to discharge these patients, you refuse.
Yes.
Why did you refuse? This is still Advocate Hutamo.
Yes.
And your answer, Doctor, was we wanted a plan. In 2007, children were taken out of our facility and sent to an NGO. Some of them died. We did not want a repeat of that. I'm correcting that because it has already been corrected by my Leonard colleague, Advocate Hasim. And then Advocate Hutamo went further to say, which facility is that you are referring to? You said, I think it was called Kwezula Guzo NGO in Soweto. Then you explained that they were from the children's unit, and yes, but of importance here, I want you to see, Doctor, that the answer that you have just given me earlier, that you have just given before this court earlier, is not a true answer, given what you have said at the arbitration hearing. What is your comment on that?
My lady, I'm not following where my learned colleague is taking me to. I have explained that I wanted a plan because I wanted the transfers to be structured. because that would ensure that we match facilities with the needs of the mental health care user. This example that she is citing, it was a learning experience for Esidimeni and the Department of Health. So I referred to it to say we don't want a repeat of the similar situation. By that, I was referring to the fact that Baneng is a specialized children's home, and it has it is specialized. And those children were taken to Ikwezilobusa, and Ikwezilobusa was not prepared to take the children. And then, yes, did any of the children die? There were children that died there, and the children were brought back to Life Esidimeni. I did not want a repeat of that. By that, I didn't mean that all the 2,000 patients would be misplaced. I wanted just to make sure that mental health care users are placed in appropriate settings.
Thank you. Can we move on?
Yes, my lady. Just a sec, my lady. Okay, doctor, please go with me to page number, or rather to a document marked ELA 115.
What page is that?
It starts from page 31219 on the case line. The same document that he was referred to by my learned colleague on Monday, Advocate Hudes SC.
I've got the page, my lady.
Okay.
Yes, you can continue.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. With this document, I'm going to prove, or rather to show before this honorable court and to show the witness that patients, irrespective of where they are, they do die. They do die if if it is their time. They do die. Do you agree, doctor?
I've indicated earlier on that death is beyond control, and every health facility do have deaths.
All right. Let's start on the first page, which is page 31219. The heading thereof, it will be discussions. I'm gonna only take 2 sentences from there, and from there, we are gonna move to the next page. Are you with me, doctor?
Yes, I am.
Where is that page? The first page, where?
The first page, my lady, which will be page 31219 on the case line.
Yes, and the paragraph?
The paragraph, it falls under the heading discussions. The first 2 sentences, I'm going to read them to the record, and I'm going to ask Dr. Mkanchwa to comment.
Okay.
It reads as follows. Placement went on very well. However, some patients passed on at LE facilities before they were placed, while other patients passed on after they were placed. So, doctor, do you agree that patients, or other patients, did die at Life Esidimeni facilities, even before the issue of the termination of the contract was talked about by the Gauteng Department of Health? Do you agree?
My learned colleague, yes, patients did die. We did have deaths at Life Esidimeni facilities before the project was started.
Okay, so it was not something new that patients who were mental health care users died.
I couldn't get to the last part of your question.
Okay, my question to you, doctor, is that so it was not a new thing, or that it was not for the first time that it happened, that mental health care users died, like the ones we are busy with in these proceedings. Do you agree, doctor?
I have indicated earlier on that deaths did happen in our facilities. I cannot comment about the conditions at the NGOs or where and the other facilities where they were transferred to. Only clinicians from those facilities would be able to comment on that.
Okay. And also, I just want to remind you, doctor, don't forget about that evidence that I've put to you, which was put into the record yesterday by my learned colleague Advocate Ngoko, that some of these patients, when they were transferred from Life Esidimeni to other facilities, already they were sick, already they were weak. So now I'm gonna take you to table 2 on page 31221 of the same document.
Page 31221.
Are you there, doctor?
Yes, I'm there. Thank you.
Okay. In that page there, doctor and my lady, there is a table which is written, which is indicated as table 2. And just after the word table 2, there is yearly LE death in the last 5 years. Do you see that, doctor?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm gonna take you through this table.
But just before you ask this question, I don't know what more questions are you going to ask, but is it Mr. Huertas took the witness through this table? I don't know whether your questions will be the same.
Not necessarily, my lady, not necessarily.
Okay, let's avoid repeating the questions that were already asked, unless, I don't know, you want to bring something new.
As it please the court, my lady.
Yes, please.
Okay.
My lady, my apologies. Just to orientate myself, I'm not sure to which table and on which page my learned friend is referred.
She has referred the witness to page 31221.
Thank you, my lady.
There is table 2 there.
Thank you, my lady.
Remember, this is, I think, is it Mr. Huertas, I think, referred the witness to this, if I'm not wrong. But
Indeed, my lady.
Yes, so that's why I was checking. Continue, counsel.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I'm just asking for a second, just to take some things here out of the file, some documents out of the file. Okay, doctor. According to this table, year 2012 to year 2013, 84 people died at Life Esidimeni facilities. What's your comment on that?
Come again?
Year 2012 to year 2013, according to this table, 84 patients died in different Life Esidimeni in Life Esidimeni facilities. What's your comment, doctor?
I have already earlier on indicated the fact that every death at Life Esidimeni was investigated and was reported to the Department of Health.
And during that period, according to this table, eight patients died at Reconvening, and after I've added them together, male and female, 19 patients died at Rand West Care Center, 31 patients died at Randfontein Care Center, 9 patients died at Waverley Care Center, and 17 patients died at Vetport Center, and the total came to that 84. Do you agree, Doctor?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. And then year 2013 to year 2014, Reconvening again. They were Reconvening Life Esidimeni Center.
I don't want to be like, I'm just asking myself whether these are not the questions that were asked by Mr. Wodes. I mean, if and then I think you will just get the same answer to say they were investigated. I don't know. I thought there was something new that you wanted to ask.
Okay, my lady. I will just do a summary then.
But you were present and you know what Mr. Wodes asked, isn't it? And I think the responses were the same. We can't keep on repeating the same thing.
As it please the court, may I, with the leave of this honorable court, be allowed just to give the witness the total numbers of deaths in respect of each year, and from there then I'll be able to go to the point that I want to bring before this honorable court, my lady.
All right, please.
Okay. 2013 to 2014, 64 people died at Life Esidimeni facilities. Doctor, do you agree?
Those are the numbers that are sitting at the table. I see them.
Yes, but the question was, do you agree? Yes or no?
I have already said these deaths were investigated and reported to the Department of Health, and the numbers that are showing there is because those are the deaths that were reported.
Okay. Then do you agree with me that so many people or so many patients have died at Life Esidimeni facilities compared to what we are having today?
Compared to?
Compared to these ones who died during the process of transfer.
During the transfer or after the transfer?
After the transfer to various NGO facilities, my lady.
Sorry, my lady.
My apologies.
I was still on the table. Yes, continue.
My lady, with respect, I think my learned friend, to be fair to the witness, must specify which numbers she is referring to. She must state the numbers that she contends were patients who died at Life Esidimeni that equal the number of the patients who died during the marathon project that we are dealing with. The question as it was posed is very vague and very broad, and I submit that it is unfair towards the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
My lady, with due respect to...
What are you comparing this to? It's not clear. That's why he says you must be specific. What are you comparing this to? You are saying, you see the statement where you say, do you agree that so many patients died compared to?
Compared to those who died at CCRC, Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center,
okay.
Where my client...
Come again?
Where my client was working, my lady.
Okay.
Yes.
My lady, I also uphold that that is an unfair question because she is referring the total number of facilities in Gauteng to the number of life Esidimeni patients who died at Cullinan. I don't see how we're comparing apples with apples here.
Continue, ma'am.
Okay. My other question to you, doctor, it will be, even if I am to do it that way, still here we are talking about 244 people in total compared to 342, if my calculations were right, who died at life Esidimeni facilities before the process of patients being transferred to various facilities outside life Esidimeni started.
My learned colleague, your total number refers to a period of 5 years. And I still repeat, we are not comparing apples with apples here.
But the main point, doctor, that I'm trying to bring to the attention of this honorable court and to you is that as much as people have died at these facilities where they were transferred from life Esidimeni and CCRC in particular, it to me, I put it to you that it was a continuation of what already was happening when these people were still in the hands of life Esidimeni. What do you say?
The question at hand is, where did the people die at the appropriate level of care? By that, you can see that the numbers that you are referring to not only refer to numbers that died within the facility, where even if they died within the facility, they died under the care of a professional team. I therefore am not in a place to comment about the deaths that happened outside life Esidimeni because I do not know the conditions of those facilities, the professionals in those facilities. Where did they pass on the facility, or were they transferred to an appropriate level of care?
Doctor, you have testified even yesterday and the day before yesterday that at life Esidimeni facilities, your patients had 3 meals a day. They had 4 snacks a day. They had full complement of a professional staff. Your doctor was there, nurses were there, social workers were there. Then still, under those circumstances, so many people died. Do you agree?
My learned colleague,
yeah.
I think you probably need some time to spend in a healthcare facility. What you are saying, you are saying professionals can actually keep people alive. Professionals do what they can do to help people stay alive, but they cannot control death. Irrespective of whether you have highly specialized people or less, or if you have highly specialized team, it doesn't guarantee you that they will not die. We all are going to die at some point in time.
Doctor, the point I'm trying to make to you here is that you created an impression before this honorable court that because those people were being transferred or were transferred to NGOs which were not the same standard, which were not of the same standard as life Esidimeni, then that was gonna be fatal to them. Then I'm saying to you that even with your institution, where everything was there, where experts were there, where food and everything was there, still people have been dying. What's your comment on that?
I respect your impression and your interpretation. However, I would like to reiterate, all I needed was the comfort to know that the mental health care users were in capable hands in appropriate settings.
Thank you. I think the issue has been sufficiently dealt with. You can proceed now.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Doctor, I put it to you that you are only interested here. Why?
Come again?
I put it to you, doctor. I'm putting it to the witness, my lady.
Yes, I'm listening.
That his main interest regarding the mental health users, it was about business, not that. About business. It was about a business decision, a business thing.
Okay, continue.
Not about doing something special or different that might have saved the life of the mental health users if they're not transferred from life Esidimeni facilities to other facilities, because still there have been death in his facilities.
My learned colleague, Life Esidimeni provided the service. If it was about money, Life Esidimeni wouldn't be there, because private hospitals make more money than Life Esidimeni. Life was not, had no obligation to live with the complications of Life Esidimeni. And if I may pose the question to you, if it was business, 320 rand per day to cover the professionals that you mentioned, to cover the medication that you talked about, to cover the clothing that you talked about, to cover the food that you talked about, to cover the accommodation provided for the mental health care users that you're talking about, does that make business sense to you?
Doctor, I'm not going to answer to your question, but
I mean, he doesn't know. I mean, you are not supposed to ask questions, doctor. But I think thanks for the response. Can we move forward? Please, let's move and concentrate on what is relevant to assist this court to determine the cause of death. Please.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
You still have a lot of questions?
I'm almost
trying
done.
to check if you'll, okay, all right.
Yes.
Because I see it's now to a few minutes before 1 o'clock, okay?
Doctor, it was put to you by Advocate Hodes SC that for 2,000 people, your company was getting 270 million. Is that not an exorbitant amount?
For 200 people?
For 2,000 people, my lady. Your company was getting 270 million. Is that not a huge amount, sir? That one can do anything they can do in their power to keep that money to continue coming to their pockets.
Yes, continue, counsel.
My lady, Mr. Hodes gave the answer, and he actually said it translates to about now 9,000 rand or so per month.
Mm-hmm.
And my learned colleague needs to understand the kind of services that were provided and understand how much would 9,000 rand cover to make the kind of business sense that my learned colleague is referring to.
I'm talking about the total amount, doctor. The global amount, 270 million. Is that not a huge amount?
It sounds huge, but break it down so that you can understand where it comes from.
So I put it to you, doctor, because you wanted these patients to remain in your facilities so that you should continue, your company should continue to generate this type of money you did not hand over discharge summaries. You did not give some of the patients their discharge summary, sorry for that, my lady, and their medication. And as a result, I put it contributed to their demises. And as a result, because
just at the concluding line.
As a result, it contributed to the demise of some of the patients who died.
Okay, thank you. Mr. van Bergen.
Perhaps before the witness answers.
Yes, that's why I noted you.
Thank you, my lady. My learned friend should perhaps just state whether she is in this question alleging that Life Esidimeni knowingly, deliberately, with intent, withheld records, withheld medication in order or with the knowledge that it may cause patients to die, with the aim of keeping the patients at Life Esidimeni.
Is that your response?
My point, my lady, thanks, my lady. My point to the witness was very clear. It was that they were trying to keep the patients with them so that they can continue to do business. And when they realized, and as a result, they withheld the discharge summaries. Some of the patients were not given their medication, and as a result, I'm putting it to the doctor
it's
that
a long statement. Somewhere you lose. I don't even understand what you're saying. If you can cut it so that it can be clear to the witness, it's very, very long. I don't know whether you expect the witness to answer that. It is very, very long.
My apologies for that, my lady. My apologies.
I think you can break that question if you don't know what to do about it. And but I please ask the witness the questions that are clear. That is why the representative keeps on interjecting, because obviously there is a problem in the questioning. Maybe you want to bring something to the fore, but we can't get it. You can just rephrase just to say, but you keep on saying, I don't know, so that it can be clear before Mr. van Bergen comes again with an objection or seeking clarity to the question.
As it please the court, my lady. My question to the witness was that
in fact, it was not a question. You wanted him to comment to the statement, isn't it? You were saying you are putting it to him.
Yes, but my lady, as far as I remember, the witness had already answered that when the legal representative.
Sort of a concluding remark, yes. Had the witness answered what? The statement that you have made? The witness has not yet answered. You were just concluding to, I think it's a follow-up to the responses that he made.
As it please the court, my lady. Doctor, I said to you earlier that the reason you did not want, okay, I said to you earlier that the fact that you did not give some of these patients who died their discharge summaries, and some they were not given medication. This, I said, I put it to you that it has contributed to their demises.
Okay, can we? Okay. Do you want to respond?
Thanks, my lady. I don't know how many times I need to repeat the same thing.
Yes.
To say, Life Esidimeni never withheld any medical records, medication, and I do not know the premise where my learned colleague is coming from. I don't know how early she joined these sittings, but I did mention earlier on that I went to the extra mile to propose to the Department of Health to take over the facilities from Life Esidimeni. That is how far I would have gone to make sure that the mental health care users' continuity of care is not interrupted. I do not understand where my learned colleague comes from with the statement that she just put.
Yes, can we move forward?
No further questions, Malady.
Thank you very much. What is the time now? Mr. Mapianya, are you ready? Mr. Mapianya? Is Mr. Mapianya there? Am I talking to someone?
I'm there, my lady.
Yes, I can see you are here, but I am looking at, it appears Mr. Mapianya is not there. Irene, can you check?
Judge, I will check. But I can see he's here in the meeting.
Yes, I see.
He's not mute. He's
not responding, and I see now. Okay, he's muted and he's not responding. I can see it shows that he's there, but I don't know what is happening. Do you have his contact number?
Yes, I will check him, Judge.
Okay, please do so. Can we take a break now? I see it's a 17 minutes to 1. Is it possible to resume at 1:45? While Irene, you can just, while Irene continues to contact Mr. Mapianya, and then let's resume at, can we take the lunch adjournment and resume at 1:45? The witness is one.
As it pleases the court.
Afternoon, Judge.
Afternoon, my lady.
Are we ready to start?
Good afternoon, my lady. We ready?
Where is the, oh, I see Mr. Mkachwa is there. Mr. Mapianya, where is he? Irene?
Yes, Judge, he just called me not long ago. He promised me that he's available. I don't know where he is. It's not even more than 5 minutes that I spoke to him.
For him, certain things, you know, I mean, I clearly indicated we had to adjourn before 1 o'clock. So we're supposed to wait for him again. He's going to say the problem is the connection. And it appears there is no other one other than Mr. Van Bergen. I don't know whether we should now wait until 2 o'clock or can we, because everyone has joined now except him. Mr. Sibara, can you assist us now? If you can just check on him. Mr. Sibara, are you there?
I just did, Judge. I don't know. He's saying he's online.
He's online. He's not even appearing now.
That's what he said to me, Judge.
Afternoon, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Sibara?
Yes, I spoke to Advocate Mapianya during lunchtime. And he promised me that it's going to be available. It seems as if he's having connectivity problem.
But then what must we do now?
Let me just 5 minutes, let me call him again.
Yeah, but this can't be right. I mean, it can't be all, it's not about him. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Please ask him to join at 2. If he has got problems, he must tell us so that we should know what to do.
No problem, my lady.
All right. if you are ready to do so.
I am.
Yes, please continue. I see your sisters were trying to update you.
Yes.
Unfortunately, they didn't mute. I heard everything that you discussed.
Pardon me.
I don't know. With Sivoko, after that, you muted. But I'm just saying to you, I could hear your conversations. But not with Sivoko, because I know maybe he was giving you some tips as to what you should do, because I saw now the phone was muted. All right, let's continue.
Okay. Thank you for the indulgence and being given the opportunity.
I hope we're not going to encounter more problems.
No, I sincerely hope so myself also.
Okay, continue.
Thank you. I will start off by saying good afternoon, my lady, Dr. Mukachwa, and learned colleague, as well as all other interested parties.
Okay, afternoon.
Afternoon. Dr. Mukachwa, I would please like to direct you to your initial statement, which is 2287, page 2287.
C1.
Yes.
Yes, I've got it.
Kindly, if you can focus on paragraph 8 thereof, Doctor.
Yes, I've found paragraph 8.
Thank you, Doctor. At paragraph 8 of your initial statement, you mentioned that Life Esidimeni, LE, assisted GDOH, Gauteng Department of Health, in implementing the ministerial plan of reducing beds for MHCUs. Can you see it there? Paragraph 8 thereof.
I can see that.
Thank you.
But what is the statement that you are putting to him?
Yes, I wanted to say that I just wanted him to see that is what he wrote. Then what I wanted to say is, what is it that you meant by assist?
Come again?
What is it that the doctor meant by assist?
Oh, he said, they undertook to assist.
Yes, my lady.
Not they assisted. So you want him to say to explain that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. The undertaking to assist meant we would collaborate with the Department of Health. We were keen to be partners in managing this process.
Thank you. Partners. So you were also to assist with the transfers, Doctor?
No. This is referring to the plan. We were prepared to be part of the discussion of the plan, how this would be achieved.
Thank you. I see you hold a litany of degrees. Could you kindly bear with me when I put to you
just a second, are you continuing reading or should I go back to the page?
No, that page we are done with it, okay. My lady. Yes, I'm continuing with my cross.
Yes. Okay, it's just that I didn't pick up what you were trying to say. Continue.
Pardon me for that. If I may continue. Thank you. I was stating to the doctor, with all due respect, I see you hold a litany of degrees. Could you kindly bear with me when I put to you that the word transfer literally means to move from one place to another?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Since that the meaning of transfer is agreed on, Doctor, ever since the ministerial plan to reduce MHCUs from Life Esidimeni, transfers of MHCUs were to be done from your centers to various NGOs. Is that correct?
That was ongoing. It wasn't something new. It's just the numbers that were targeted now that was new.
Would I be correct to say that, however, the MHCUs were moved from LE, transferred from your center to various NGOs.
To various NGOs and hospitals.
And hospitals, yes.
Yes.
I just wanted to focus on NGOs myself. However, you are not wrong. Pardon me for my omission. So is that a yes? I'll take that as an affirmative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. You yourself made mention of transfers at paragraph 86 of your initial statement and paragraph 87. Kindly, if I can just find the note that if my lady would bear with me, I would just like to find a note of what the doctor said thereof. Yes. At paragraph 86, which is page 23 to 24 of your affidavit.
Okay.
What is the page, the case line page? Okay. You say pages, okay, it's fine, we'll get that. But for the sake of others, you said pages 24 to 25.
Yes, I think it's on 2287. There's one statement he made on 2287 and the other one on 1464, page 1464. I assume that the one which is earlier on 1464 is the confirmatory amplifying affidavit. Then his initial statement would begin at 2287, my lady.
But now, yeah, you have just referred him to paragraphs 86 and 87 of C1.
Yes, of his initial.
My lady, that's page 2309.
Thanks, I'm already there. I was, because he at least, yes, I'm already there. That's fine. You said, but now you paragraphs 86 and 87, 2310.
Yes, I will deal with what the doctor said seriatim.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. I will start with paragraph 86. Logically.
09, yes.
The doctor stated that Life Esidimeni prioritized the necessity to ensure that all MHCUs were transferred, emphasis on transferred, with the following. Then he lists inter alia photographs, records. I'm sure everybody has those. I don't need to peruse through all of them.
Yes.
Thank you. Then further on paragraph 87, the doctor stated that LE, Life Esidimeni staff, did a final inspection of each and every mental health care user to ensure that they met all requirements for transfer.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you confirm you're the one who made those statements?
I did, yes, thanks.
Yes, thank you.
My lady, I'm sorry to have to interject again. Paragraph 87, as read by Mr. Mapwanya, was not correctly read. The paragraph reads, Life Esidimeni staff and the officials from the Gauteng Department of Health did a final inspection. It was not only the Life Esidimeni staff as read by Mr. Mapwanya.
I confirm, I concur. I was merely paraphrasing.
Yeah.
However, the gist...
You see, it's better to just read what you see. We don't want the witness to be confused. Mr. Mukajwa, Dr. Mukajwa, please read these things before you answer. Don't just confirm.
Thank you.
And the same will apply to the other witnesses. Yes, continue.
Please, the court, my lady. I was just merely trying to be for efficacy.
But you know, I always emphasize that the witness must understand the question before he answers, because now he's just confirming, and you don't know the impression that it will give, isn't it?
Affirmative.
Yes, continue.
Thank you. I will not be so long.
Okay.
I put it to you, Doctor, that it is Ms. Kakana's stance that transfers to Bopilong.
It is.
Pardon?
It is.
No, I put it to, it is Ms. Kakana's stance, Emily.
Oh,
Emily
Ms.
Kakana, one of the,
yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right.
That it is her stance that transfers to Bopilong were done without full medical records. What do you have to say to that?
I have, my lady, I have addressed that question earlier on.
If I can interject, you did not address the one to Bopilong. You addressed it generally. I'm specifically asking to Bopilong, Mashimo, Surman.
The process was the same. The officials of Life Esidimeni handed documents over to the officials of the Department of the Gauteng Department of Health. What happened after that point to the destination point, it was out of my control and knowledge.
Thank you.
If I can just have further clarification, Doctor. When you say it was out of your control and knowledge, did you mean that anything that could have happened thereafter, you had absolved yourself of liability?
I am saying I shall have handed over the mental health care user to capable hands with the documentation, with the medication.
Pardon me, I would just like to make a note of what you said, Doctor. And documentation, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Kachwa. My next question I pose to you is, do you recall the 40 MHCUs transferred to Bopilong?
I also indicated earlier on, I wasn't present at each facility every day. So the hospital or the facility management team will have those documents.
Thank you, Doctor. Would I be wrong if I say no to the answer?
Personally, as me in head office, I wouldn't know the details of the transfers at the facility level. It happened between the officials.
Pardon me, I don't have anybody assisting me, so I have to just make a note of what the doctor responds. I hope my lady can bear with me.
Yes, continue.
Thank you for the indulgence, my lady. If I can just write.
You're also going to get the record in any event, okay?
Oh yes, it's just for my cross-examination. How I structure it, I like to put the answers I get there so that when I read it, it's
I want to assist you. Okay, continue.
Yes, thank you for your understanding. Oh. Thank you. At page 1000 of the master bundle, 1462. At page 1462 to 63. Doctor, are you with me, sir?
Yes, I am with you.
Thank you. Paragraph 43 thereof.
Yes.
This must be your amplifying affidavit. It states that,
just for the purpose of the record, this is C2. Yes.
C2, I confirm. Because I had written it paraphrasing, I would ask the indulgence to just look at the note where I wrote it fully, because I had written it in question format by paraphrasing.
Look at the paragraph.
Yes,
ask the question, that's fine.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to seem to be disregarding what my senior counsel Van Bergen said. I did note it, and so I wanted to look at the exact paragraph. However, since my lady has given me the leave, I will then proceed. Page 1462 to 63, paragraph 43. It states therein that I did not refuse full medical records. We just did not have the facilities.
Where are you reading now?
Paragraph 43.
Yeah, just read it as it is, please.
Okay.
It's not a long paragraph.
No, it's not. Even on my notes, I wrote it as it is, as I read it. It states, I did not refuse full medical records. We just did not have the facilities. If I can just go to the, see what it says.
I'm not sure whether the others can be able to hear you, because I think some, Mr. Van Bergen, can you hear him and the others?
Am I audible?
Yes, my lady, I can hear him.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Continue, Mr.
Mapianya.
Yes.
Advocate Mapianya. Yes, my lady. Thank you. I wanted to just look at the records here from the master bundle. I won't take long since I already have the
What are we waiting for, Mr. Mapianya?
I'm waiting to locate the exact page, my lady.
The page, it was 1463, or is that
1462 to 63? It's where he states it. I just paraphrased it because they are too voluminous, all these things. Hence, I was paraphrasing and taking what I needed for my cross.
Just a second, Dr. Mkajo, have you looked at the paragraph?
Yes, I have looked at the paragraph.
You can ask a question then. The witness has looked at the paragraph.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady.
Just listen attentively whether what he wants to say to you is the same as what is recorded there. Yes.
Thank you, my lady.
He's talking about paraphrasing it. Okay. Continue, Mr. Mapianya.
Yeah. You'll pardon me, Dr. Mkacho, for paraphrasing your words. However, on paragraph 43, sir, you stated that you did not refuse full medical records. I assume you meant life Esidimeni, just did not have the facilities. Can you confirm? That is what you stated.
This is what I have said over and over again. The volumes of the medical records were so large that given the time frames that we were given, it was impossible, impractical to actually do copies as well as prepare the mental health care users for the Department of Health. So we advised the Department of Health to come with resources and be able to make copies of the files.
Thank you. That suffices, Doctor. Pardon me for interjecting. I would just like to keep in line with times. I think I've already spent a lot of time of the court time. Pardon me for interjecting that.
Just to finish, because you are the one who posed the question to him. Don't interrupt while he's still talking. But I take it that the doctor has finished, right?
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Mapian.
Pardon me, my lady. Pardon me, Dr. Mkachwa. Thank you. Dr. Mkachwa, I would like to pose a follow-up question to what you have just stated. You state that they were voluminous and bulk. They were too big. However, you had meetings before these arrangements were concluded or arrived at. Can you concur? Can you agree or disagree with that statement?
Would you please just unpack it for me so I can clearly understand the question?
Yes, sir. You are stating that the medical records and files, the files of the MHCUs, they were bulky and voluminous, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Hence, on the same vein, I'm stating that you could have preempted this in the numerous meetings you had before.
I have earlier indicated that we had a request to do a file for one mental health care user, and that took about 10 terabytes to make copies, to scan the copies thereof. And that is just an illustration of how much time it would take to actually do that. And at the same time, I did not have the resources to deploy for that specific role. Hence, I appealed to the Department of Health to then deploy resources to come and do that.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, with all due respect, would that answer not be overgeneralizing? Is everybody's files, would they be 10 terabytes, or that was just an exceptional case?
My lady, I stated clearly, for an example, one request. That's the one request I got. It would vary from one user to another depending on the length of stay they have stayed in the facility.
Yes, Mr. Mapianya, can we?
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
I will continue.
Yes.
In line with being clinicians who owe good faith to the mental health care users, would it not have been?
I'm going to stop you. Just, I don't know whether it's the network or the. Just continue. Let's hear.
May I start from beginning, my lady, so as to be seized of everything I'm saying?
Yes.
I am putting it to the doctor, with all due respect, Dr. Mkachwa, that in line with being clinicians who owe good faith to the mental health care users, would it not have been in the best interest of the mental health care users to acquire the facilities, to make copies, and then after requisition Gauteng Department of Health to compensate Life Esidimeni? I'm not making humor. I'm trying to pose a question that is logical. Pardon me if I seem to be vexatious.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you.
No, it's fine. I didn't take offense.
Within the healthcare environment, this is how referrals work. When I refer a person, I refer the person with a full summary of what is wrong with the person, what medication, what have been done for that particular patient. And that is the information that goes with the patient to the next level. If you could also refer, we can refer to the Mental Health Act, you will find that it is acceptable to have a discharge every user must go out with a discharge summary, and a periodical review is also acceptable. So as I indicate, given the timelines that we were given, and
Yes,
that discussion was not actually did not come up until very late at the stage, and I was not going to do any work without any agreement with the Department of Health, because if I were to go and then invoice them, they would tell me who agreed, who gave you this. It is not in the SLA.
Even I hear what you have said. However, I'm inclined to deny that even if it is not in the SLA, of which I'm still going to come to at the end of my cross-examination, would it not be in the best interest of the MHCUs, even if it's not in the SLA?
What is in the best of the MSCUs is, did the MSCUs leave Life Esidimeni facility with adequate information to enable the receiving clinician to continue the care of the mental health care user? My answer to that is yes, every user left Life Esidimeni facility with adequate documentation to enable the receiving user to carry on the treatment of the mental health care user.
Can you give us assurance of that?
I can assure you, I've indicated I had controls in place. I handed over to the Department of Health officials. Beyond that point, I cannot comment on it.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. Doctor, seeing that you did not have the facilities, and yet you have just assured us that everybody left with the files.
We can hear.
Pardon me, my lady. Can you hear me now?
Just try, please. You haven't said anything so far.
Can you hear me?
Continue. Just pose the question. I will tell you if you are audible enough.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the question I was trying to state is...
Just pose the question, it's fine.
The doctor, I was just thinking about it, how to pose it.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. The doctor, Dr. Mkashwa, just stated now that he can assure us that every MHCU left with their files. However, just a few questions back, he had stated that he didn't have adequate facilities. What do you make of that anomaly there, Doctor?
My lady, my learned colleague is failing to understand. When I said we do not have facilities, we did not have facilities for bulk copying. But for normal day-to-day use, we had facilities.
Yes, continue.
It's fine. However, I do not feel I failed to understand, because what I'm talking about are records, doctor, medical records.
What medical records?
Of each MHCU that was being transferred, either be it to hospital or an NGO.
Are you referring to complete medical records? Because the evidence on record, which keeps on coming repeatedly, is that they got the periodical, you call them periodical what?
They are periodical reviews, my lady.
Yes, periodical reviews. You say it's Form 3. Yes, is that Form 3?
The discharge summary is the Form 3.
Yes, it's sort of a summary of whatever was adequate according to his evidence.
Thank you for the clarification, my lady.
I mean,
I'm indebted to the court.
Even now, he has just said that. I mean, everyone asked him the same question, you know. But it's okay. He has clarified it. Can we pass that? Unless if you've got another.
I was trying.
Yes, continue.
But pardon me, my lady. I don't mean to be repetitive.
There's
In fact, I wanted
I'm just saying this question keeps on coming while he has already answered it. Right? Maybe it's because you were not part of the proceedings in the morning, but it has been there also in the evidence. Continue.
As the court, my lady. Dr. Mukachwa, I would like to put it to you that by not availing some of those medical records due to lack of facility, would this not be conduct which amounts to an omission?
No. I have indicated clinical information that was necessary for continuity of care of the healthcare users was given to the Department of Health officials. I don't see any omission in this case.
Also, because there are records that were supposed to be given, they were not given. You state that you didn't have facilities. The government itself should have came and Gauteng DOH should have came and brought the facilities. So I'm saying, don't you see that as being an omission, that conduct?
Mapianya. What the witness? I'm not.
If not, kindly explain.
Yes. What the witness is saying.
My lady.
Yes.
Yes, my lady.
What the witness is saying is that the information that was necessary to be provided, right, for the process to be continued with, was provided to the clinicians of the department. He's talking about a handover from the clinicians of Life Esidimeni to the clinicians of the department. And as to what happened when the patients or the mental health users, when they were transferred, is out of his control. That's what he has been saying all along. Am I correct?
Thank you, my lady. Now.
Yes.
I was even about to move on to my next
we can't hear anything.
question.
We can't hear anything. I don't know whether it's
Thank you.
Is it the network? What is happening?
Oh, I said that is fine now.
Yes.
My lady, we are really struggling to hear.
Yes, Mr. Mapianya.
It's very difficult.
Yes, no, I can hear that. That's the problem. Mr.
Am I audible?
No,
am I audible?
You are not.
Thank you, my lady. I will just maybe have to. Yes, my lady.
You are not audible. You are not.
Yes, my lady.
Please try to talk.
Am I not audible, my lady?
Now you are. But
my
we'll
lady.
stop you where we don't. But you see, it appears. That's why I was always saying to your sister, Mujerera, that
now I am
moving and moving. You know.
Yes, kindly do.
Yes, continue. Let's hear.
But a noble profession. Thank you.
Are you alone where you are?
Yes, my lady. I'm just me alone in this.
Yeah, you must get someone. Otherwise, when your witness testifies, we're going to have problems.
Yes. No, I am not always here. It's just today I had to travel, my lady. However, if I may continue with my cross-examination so as to not take the court's time speaking about my own
now
personal.
we can hear you. Where we encounter problems, we're going to stop you. Ne?
Thank you. Please do. I do not want to speak in futility.
Mr. Can you all hear him now?
Am I audible to everybody?
Mr. Sibara and the others?
Malady, I've got serious difficulties to hear him, and I'm a bit worried when the transcriber transcribes this record.
That's why I'm asking whether I can hear him now, and I stopped him.
Yeah,
because of that. Even before you commented, I mean, I had already stopped him.
Yeah, I saw it, my lady.
So what I'm saying to you, my simple question is, can you hear him? If you don't, then we must tell him that he can't hear you.
Can you hear me, Senior Counsel Sibara?
Now you are fine. I don't know. Mr. Sibara?
Yeah, it's much better now.
Mr. Pinar?
Am I audible?
Lady, yes, we able to hear at times it becomes...
Yes, but immediately I realized that I'm going to stop him.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Yes.
Kindly interject if I'm no longer audible. I also would not like to speak in futility.
Come again?
I said kindly for all the other, my learned colleagues and my lady, kindly interject me if I am not audible. I would not like to speak in futility.
Otherwise, we are all going to struggle with the record.
Yes.
And it's not going to do justice to the matter.
I concur. I'm at idem with my lady.
Okay, continue.
Thank you, my lady. I'll just have to find where I left off. Yes. Dr. Mukachwa, could it be said that but for the conduct of omission, many lives could have been saved if they had all their medical records with them? Could it be said? Yes. I will ask it again.
Yes.
I'm asking the good doctor that for a person who just sees this, could they say any reasonable person?
You're breaking.
Could it be said by them that?
Yes, Mr. Mapianya, you.
Am I breaking?
Yes.
Am I audible now?
No. Irene, can you assist, please?
Yes, I'll just cut to ask the question quickly so as to not break. I'm saying, could it be said that but for, no, doctor, could it be said that but, am I audible now?
No, you were coming right. I don't know what happened. Could it be said that but for?
Could it be said that but for, can you hear me, my lady?
Yes, but I'm not sure about the others.
Doctor, can you hear me, Dr. Mukachwa?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, doctor. Could it be said, doctor, that but for the conduct of omission, many lives could have been saved if they had all had their medical records with them? That is the question.
Will you paraphrase that question, please?
But for the omission of not giving the medical records, albeit it be bulky, or could it be said that had they been given them, many lives would have been saved? Yes.
No.
No, also, doctor.
No. Can you leave the witness to respond, please?
Pardon me, I didn't.
I have
to budget the witness. I was just following up.
I have explained earlier on that the current clinical condition, treatment, management of the patient was in the discharge summary that the patients had, that was vetted by our clinicians, that was vetted by the clinicians from the Department of Health. Therefore, there is no omission of medical records. Medical records necessary for the treatment or management of the mental health care user left with the healthcare user from Life Esidimeni.
Thank you, Doctor. Can it be said that nothing entered like a disease or natural infliction which broke the chain of events which resulted in the loss of numerous lives ever since the transfer? Nothing else entered. I don't want to use a legal term. Nothing new. Nothing like a disease or natural infliction. Nothing entered ever since they were released and their deaths.
Just
nothing.
Before, okay.
My
Just
lady.
before you respond, I see there is a, yeah, obviously you should be, he should be tired. I can see, I mean, yes, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, this question flies in the face of Dr. Mkachwa's repeated statements that he does not know what happened after the patients, the users, left the Life Esidimeni facilities. He is not in a position to comment on whether there may have some intervening cause, as seems to be suggested by this question. I submit that this is an unfair question. If my learned friend wishes to persist with it, I submit he should first determine whether Dr. Mkachwa is in a position to express any views by virtue of knowledge that he may have of what happened after the patient's transfer from Life Esidimeni.
Mr. Mapianya.
Thank you, my lady. I would like to respond to my learned colleague.
Yes, that's why I'm giving you the platform to do so.
Thank you, my lady. Learned colleague, I would like to reiterate that in cross-examination, we can do tests on the consistency, the honesty and accuracy of the witness giving evidence viva voce. Hence, this is all I was trying to do. I was testing his consistency and his honesty and accuracy. Let's please the court, my lady.
Mr. Van Bergen.
My lady, that is not what the question was. The question had nothing to do with consistency or accuracy. It was, in fact, the first time that a question of this nature had been posed by anyone during these proceedings. So I fail to see what it is sought to be measured against that Dr. Mkachwa testified earlier.
The way I understand this question, Mr. Mapianya, you want him to testify about what happened after the transfer, because you want to know as to whether there was any intervening cause.
Yes, my words exactly, my lady. It's just that I didn't want to use legalese. Yes, I wanted to ask if there was a novus.
Yes, but now,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What Mr. Van Bergen has raised is that his evidence has always been to the effect that he cannot comment about what happened outside LE.
It's fine, my lady. I will abandon that line of questioning and move on.
Thank you very much. Let's move on if you have got other questions.
I do. However, I'm nearly done. I just have a few, 1, 2, 3, less than 4, my lady.
Okay. There's still a lot, but proceed. It's okay.
Okay. Thank you, Fontendant. Dr. Mkachwa, in your testimony, You said in response to my learned colleague asking you, I don't recall, I think it was Counsel Sibara. Even now you reiterated it to myself. You said that you handed over MHCUs to GDOH officials. Are you with me?
That's correct.
With all records and medicine packs for a week if going to hospital and for 28 days if going to a NGO.
That is correct.
It would then not be your liability if MHCUs meant for hospital are taken to NGOs. Is this correct?
You are correct. They shall have left the life Esidimeni handover process. Therefore, they fall under the responsibility of the Department of Health clinicians that we handed over to.
Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate your response. However, would you say that is a full transfer in terms of medical terms?
Medical
terms, medical terminology. In medical terminology, when you are referring to a transfer, Dr. Mkach.
Please do understand, Life Esidimeni was a service provider to the Gauteng Department of Health. When we transferred, the arrangement that was there was we will transfer over to the Department of Health, who would then manage the process going forward. I therefore cannot take any responsibility for anything that happened after Life Esidimeni has transferred to the Department of Health.
However, when I opened my cross-examination, we also did agree on the word transfer, the meaning thereof, the literal meaning. Do you recall?
I recall it was from one point to another, from Life Esidimeni official to a Department of Health official. That is from point A to point B, and that qualifies the explanation of transfer.
I don't think so. You want to know what I think?
You are entitled to your opinion, my colleague.
Thank you, Doctor. I think transfer should be done from one place to another place. And I will substantiate what I'm saying with my final question, which is from your own current SLA agreement. From one place to another. This is not from one place to a median who takes the person to another. This is my understanding.
No, can I stop you there?
Oh, you can't hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
You must also
Can you hear me now, my lady?
Yes, you must refer us to that
SLA
clause in the SLA that you are referring to that explains the term transfer, as you say. Before
yes. Pardon me, my lady. I'm still getting to it. It's in my next question, my final question.
Let's hear the question now.
I was stating that a transfer, in my understanding, and I'm putting it to the doctor, that I would feel that a transfer would be from one place to another place, and not from one place to a median.
Not from one place to?
From one place to another place, my lady.
And not from?
And not from one place to a median. A median, like a median in the middle. Yes.
Okay.
I can appreciate that you operate within the legal world. Within the healthcare world, when I, for instance, am in a hospital transferring to another hospital, I would take the patient, or it would be handed over to the ambulance services guys to take the patient to the destination. In this case, the Department of Health committed to be the service provider to take the mental health care users from a life Esidimeni to a point where they were going to place them. I therefore differ with you in your interpretation of transfer.
You are entitled to your opinion. I just lost my train of thought. Bear with me to...
You were going to refer us to the service level agreement.
No, I had a follow-up. Yes, I remembered. I had a follow-up from what the doctor had just responded. Mind you, some of these questions come up after I heard the answer.
Okay.
My follow-up question would be, thank you, my lady. Doctor, I was in consultation with a few doctors, medical doctors, who also hold the MBCBH, the degree that you currently hold, the doctor's degree.
ECHB.
Yes, yes, my lady, you can take judicial notice of it. It's a common cause, common knowledge, what I meant to say. Thank you.
We have lost you. We have lost him now.
Yes.
Good afternoon, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Sibara.
I think Advocate Mapianya has just frozen.
Yes, I can see that. That's why I'm saying we've lost him now.
My lady, Mr. Mapanya has just contacted me now to ask to request that I please advise the court that he's trying to reconnect.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Can we take, I see it's 6 minutes before 3 o'clock. I think, okay, let's see, he's waiting now, I think. If you can unmute yourself.
I'm tendering my sincerest apologies for that.
No, it's not you. I mean, it's the connection. It's okay.
I usually don't have these connection issues, my ladies. Just today, I'm in a different spot, and pardon me, Dr. Mkachwa, for just rudely leaving you, sir.
Accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mkachwa. Dr. Mkachwa, I was making a point still that in preparation for my cross-examination, I consulted with medical doctors. They told me that when you are transferring a patient, be it in ambulance or whatever, you have to make a follow-up to the place you are sending the person to, be it the doctor who receives them there, or to find out if the mental, because they were talking about patients, I can say patients. However, in this instance for mental health care users,
I think you've just answered the question. I have handed the mental health care user to another clinician. I did not leave them hanging in air. Those users were from one clinicians from Life Esidimeni handed over to clinicians of the Department of Health that absolves Life Esidimeni from any further interference unless there is queries from the clinicians from the Department of Health.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I will just pose one final question to you now. Does this seem to be going against what Life Esidimeni stands for as espoused in their current SLA agreement, which could be found on, I found it on page 21,698.
I've got the document.
Thank you, Doctor. If you can look at that document on 4.1.1, it talks about discharge. Allow me to. Then when you look at it, it does not mention anything about discharges. It rather refers you to Appendix 1.
Where are we?
We are, my lady, we are at page 21,698.
Yes, and then where are you referring the witness? I'm on that page and I see this is the heading. The page only has the heading.
It refers us to, my lady?
Yes, I'm listening.
Oh, yes. It refers us to Appendix 1 of that same document. I just didn't write down the page number thereof.
Yes, you should refer us to that appendix number. I don't know what.
Appendix number 1. Appendix number 1.
Where is it?
It's on the same document, my lady.
Yes, but refer the witness to the page.
It would be page, I have it open here. It is page 21,716.
Yes, you said paragraph
4.2.7 thereof. May I please be given leave to read same to the record?
No, let him get it first. Just a second.
Oh, okay.
Before you do that, we are not. Do you have?
I've got it, my lady. Yes, I've got it.
Have you?
Do you have it?
Okay.
May I read it now?
Yes, please.
You may.
Thank you very much for the indulgence, my lady and Dr. Mkachu. It goes as follows. Arrangements must be made with the provincial or district mental health services, or when not available, other appropriate provincial or district health services for follow-up. I am putting emphasis on the word follow-up of the patient to ensure that the service has time to assess the patient and order the necessary medication. The first appointment should be arranged for. Those are not really important to my cross-examination. I just wanted to show that their own stance is that whenever they are transferring or discharging to another facility, they should do follow-ups. I find it odd and peculiar. I would have to emphasize on that no follow-up was done in this instance. That will be all.
My learned colleague, I will reiterate the same. Life Esidimeni clinicians handed over patients not to ordinary persons, but to clinicians of the Department of Health. That is a transfer. Any issues that would have come up, we would come up from the side of the Department of Health and Life Esidimeni would address those. What you are referring to here is when under normal circumstances, under the normal process of discharge by Life Esidimeni, we did, because we went and engaged with the NGOs trialed the mental health care user, we had to follow up to see that our assessment was appropriate for that healthcare user placed in that particular environment. That is where the follow-up comes from. In this instance, we handed over to the Department of Health. It was up to the officials of the Department of Health to do the follow-up, not Life Esidimeni.
Yes, Mr. Mapena.
Thank you, my lady. That will be the end of my cross-examination. I have no further questions to Dr. Mkacho.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
We can't hear. I think he's saying something.
Yes, I also can't hear you, my lady.
Dr. Mkachwa, you seem to be, we can't hear you.
It's inaudible to me too.
I was saying thank you, my lady.
Oh, okay. But just check your mic at the, we can't hear the other things. What were you saying?
I was saying thank you, my lady.
Okay.
Seems to be a delay even in time with what he says and what we hear.
All right.
However, it's fine. Thank you. That is the end of my cross-examination.
Come again? Okay, you are closing. Thank you.
I'm closing. Thank you very much, my lady and Dr. Mkachwa, for the answers. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just before we give Mr. Van Bergen the opportunity, I just want to verify if all of you who had questions in cross-examination of this witness have done so. If there is no other one who also would like to cross-examine the witness. Should the court accept that there is no longer any other one? Mr. Martin, you have indicated that you do not have questions on behalf of Dr. Selibano.
Milady, Mr. Watt Pringle, I think, was one of the first counsel who asked questions of the witness.
Okay.
I think he was second. So we've already had our turn, and
okay. Thank you very much. I just wanted to verify because I cannot remember everything. Yes. All right.
It's been long.
Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes. Would you like to start now, or I don't know? Or because you said it might be a lengthy one. I see, but you have got an hour. I don't know.
My lady, other facilities?
It ranged from I would say from about 30s to up to 80s, 90s, and the like. I would have to verify the facts.
We're talking in general terms, Doctor. I don't think specifics are required at this stage. Doctor, of the patients at Life Esidimeni, the evidence was that some of them had been there for decades. Is that correct?
That is correct. Some of them had been there for up to 30 years in some, or more in some cases.
And would it therefore have been strange or unnatural to have expected deaths to occur at those Life Esidimeni facilities?
Life Esidimeni facilities are no exception to what is happening within the healthcare scenario. So deaths were expected to happen at Life Esidimeni.
Would that also be due to comorbidities that some of the mental health care users had that you referred to earlier?
It definitely would be.
Thank you. Doctor, if I can refer you to the transcript of the proceedings, case lines page 32712.
I have the page.
Can I quickly go to the page, please?
As your ladyship pleases. May I proceed, my lady?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, the background to what I'm going to put to you now is your testimony, and there was a constant refrain in your testimony that once the termination project, the so-called marathon project, was announced, you made it clear at an early stage to the departmental officials that Life Esidimeni wanted to be involved in the, and I don't know if the accreditation process is the right term, but wanted to be part of ensuring that the facilities where the users were to be transferred to were suitable. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, counsel.
Right. Now, against that background, on page 32712, the first line where there is reference to Ms. Hassan, she put the question to you, that is line 5, where she said, so you were aware back then, this was in 2007, what the consequences of inadequate care could be, is that right? And you will recall that that was in the context of the transfer of a number of children to an unsuitable facility. And your answer is, that is correct. It is clearly articulated in the fact that we wanted to be part of the accreditation so that we could understand where our mental health care users were going, so that we could help the department to match the healthcare user to the appropriate facility within the NGO environment. Now, against that answer, Doctor, the distinction that was made earlier between certain, and it's perhaps not a friendly term, but between certain types of mental health care users, was it important then for the receiving facility to have a certain specific skill set or staff in order to cater for the needs of a specific type of mental health care user?
Yes, it was critical that the staff at the receiving facility understood what the needs of the mental health care users that were being taken to that facilities were. As a result, I think you corrected the accreditation. It might not be the right term, but we wanted to understand the environment so that we could then be able to say these mental health care users will be fit to go to that particular environment.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, and is that why it was important to Life Esidimeni that the selection process would be done orderly and with full assurance that the correct mental health care user would be sent to an appropriate receiving facility?
That is true. We wanted to try and minimize any compromise of the health of the mental health care user during or after the transfer.
Now, Doctor, this would perhaps be an appropriate place to deal with what you referred to earlier, and that is the process that was normally followed when a patient was sought to be discharged. Can you just explain the full process that was followed in the normal course of events, not in the course of the marathon project?
The process would be the mental health care users will be reviewed by the multidisciplinary team, and they would agree to put the mental health care user on a trial basis for integration. The social worker would go out and try and identify the NGO. The NGO where
just a second, can I I'm sorry to interrupt you. Miss Siboko, was there any reason why you had to show us your face on the screen?
No, not at all, my lady. It was just an error. I apologize. I was trying to minimize my screen and go to case lines.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
So, thank you, my lady. So the social worker would go visit be it the home or the NGO where the mental health care user would be discharged to assess the conditions. And if she recommends that, then the mental health care user would be given a leave of absence. By that, it would start maybe with the weekend where we trial the patient and hear if he adjusts to that environment. So the social worker would follow up to understand what challenges that facility had. That period of leave of absence would happen several times, twice or even more, with one mental health care user. And then once the family or the NGO is happy to receive the mental health care user, then the mental health care user will be discharged to that particular NGO. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So if I understand correctly, this was a lengthy process and that it was done with individualized patients, not with groups of patients.
That is correct. Thanks.
Doctor, you said that the purpose of that process was, or probably one of the purposes was, to ensure that the user adjusted to the environment. Why is it important for a mental health care user to adjust to the environment of the facility where he or she is transferred to?
It is important for the healthcare user to move to an environment that they are familiar with, that they have established relationships with certain individuals within that environment. Otherwise, they tend to suffer from what is called an adjustment syndrome, where they fail to adjust to that new environment if not properly introduced to that environment. Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, you referred to relationships and to the environment. Are relationships and physical environment important for the well-being of mental health care users?
That is correct. The environment is necessary because some of the mental health care users, you would find that they need a secure environment, or else they would be wandering out of that environment. Relationships are important in that they also need to know that they have somebody they can rely on. They tend to listen to one another much more better than listening to somebody external. So it is critical that mental health care users are in a familiar environment and also in an environment where they have support system. Thank you, counsel. My lady.
Doctor, it is said that in general terms in life, two of the biggest stress factors any person can encounter are death, well, three of them: death, divorce, or moving house, moving from one place to another. Would those same stress factors also be experienced by mental health care users?
That is correct.
Sorry, Doctor, if I may, that question was put very clumsily. Obviously,
yes,
divorce.
If it can be clear, please, yes.
Yes, divorce obviously would not feature in the normal
That's why
course.
I wanted to ask as to now, well, what are you talking about?
Absolutely, my lady.
Yes.
But divorce implies loss of a relationship. So I'm equating loss of a relationship, moving from one known place to another place. Would that also, as in normal life in people who are unaffected by mental disorders, would that present in the same manner, or would it be even more, or would it have more impact in a mental health care user?
I would expect it to have more impact on the mental health care user, especially if we take an example of Rand West, which had the geriatric mental health care users. Those would be stressed more being moved from a familiar environment to a totally foreign environment without a proper introduction into that environment and without proper relationship building with the new service or service provider or nursing care or care workers that they would be looked after by. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. And increased stress of that nature, will it manifest only with mental manifestations, with psychiatric manifestations, or can it also manifest with physical manifestations?
It affects the health, the whole health of the individual. So it will manifest in various facets like you have indicated. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Doctor, if I can revert to the issue of matching a mental health care user to a particular facility. It stands to reason that before that can be done, it must be known what the facility is and what it entails as regards staff complements, the physical facilities itself, the expertise of the people. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
And without that knowledge, the assessor would not be able to match a particular mental health care user to that facility.
That is correct.
So to do a proper match requires knowledge both of the mental health care user, that is what the mental problem is that the user has, any underlying comorbid difficulties, and also the general knowledge of how this user functions in everyday life. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are those aspects that can be determined by a single assessment, by someone who has not previously had very regular contact with that user?
It would be difficult for somebody who sees the user on one time. An example might be a bipolar user who would the emotions would change from one to the other. and the person would only see one point, one snapshot would not be adequate to understand the condition of the mental health care user. Thank you.
Doctor, do mental health care users, do their presentation vary from day to day?
They do.
So what one sees on one day may not be a true reflection of that mental health care user's condition and circumstances as a whole.
Yes, that is true.
Now, you have testified that you conveyed Life Esidimeni's desire to be involved in effectively making this match between users and NGOs. That's correct, not so?
That is correct, yes.
And your evidence was, and I just want you to confirm against the background of what we have dealt with now, that the response that was received from the Department of Health was one of denying Life Esidimeni to partake in that process.
That is true. We were never party to the process.
Now, if I may refer you to case lines page 1064.
I've got the document, counsel.
Right. My lady, do you have the document?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, can you identify what this document is?
This is a letter that I wrote under Life Esidimeni addressing the termination of the contract on the 31st of March 2016.
And you confirm it is dated 15 February 2016 and it bears your signature at the foot of page 1065.
Yes, it is true.
Now, I want to refer you to paragraph C on page 1065.
I've got the paragraph.
I will read it into the record. It says, due to the limited time available between the current date and the closure of the facilities on 31 March 2016, it is critical for Life Esidimeni to commence relocation consultations with the mental health care users and their families as soon as possible. As a result, we need clear guidance / plan from the department on the following: : 1. The list of mental health care users and where, bracket, the NGO name, location, contact person and contact details, close bracket, they will be placed by 31st March 2016. 2. How the transportation of the mental health care users will be arranged. Name and telephone number of the transporting official / authority to each NGO facility, what date and time they will come to the facilities, what mode of transport will be provided, what will happen when the transport does not arrive on the day, who will be looking after the mental health care users if they have not been collected from the facilities by 2359 on the 31st March 2016, as the facilities will be locked at 0000 on the 1st of April 2016, etc. Both parties need to, this is a new paragraph, unnumbered, both parties need to agree on how to manage the situation for the benefit of the mental health care users. We therefore request an urgent, clear directive on these matters within 48 hours to allow us to start planning effectively for the 31st March 2016 termination of the contract and subsequent closure of the relevant facilities. A clear and efficient termination plan and termination processes are of utmost importance in order to ensure the continued safety, security, and well-being of the mental health care users. Close the quotation. Doctor, does this summarize the concern that Life Esidimeni had and sets out in clear terms what Life Esidimeni considered to be essential for a safe transfer of these mental health care users?
That is correct.
Doctor, looking at what was asked, this was on the 15th of February, the list of the mental health care users and where, with reference to the name, location, contact person, and contact details, they will be placed by 31 March 2016. Was Life Esidimeni ever provided with that list?
Not within a reasonable time frame. The list was provided later on, but not with all the details that were requested in this particular letter.
Right. And
just a second. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, you referred on a number of occasions during your evidence to date to a list being provided the day before the transfer of patients. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you at any stage prior to being provided with that list, provided with lists setting out which patients were to go where?
We were provided with a list of the targeted number of mental health care users to be discharged per week. No other further detail.
So when you say no further detail, was there no description of the nature of the group that would be required?
No, there wasn't. It was just a number 50 or 20 or whatever the number might be.
Just a second, if just for clarity, what does that mean? You were not given the list of the patients who were supposed to be moved. You were just, the list that were given, it was just a number to say, on this particular day, we need a particular number of mental health care users.
Before the process started, my lady, we were given the targets that by this end, by the end of this, by this date, so many mental health care users needed to be discharged. And yes, then a day before the discharge, we would then get the list of the mental health care users that would needed to be discharged to the DOH.
Yes, but when you say a day before you get a list, would yes, that list have the names of the specific ones that are supposed to go, or what will be the contents of that list? If I may, I didn't understand your response. Yes.
It would say prepare 20 mental health care users for discharge tomorrow.
Okay, so it's up to you as to who should go.
At times, it indicated the NGO name where they would go to, like they would go to, say, to Cullinan or to Vescopis or where the place might be. But it really did not. There wasn't enough time to actually sift through and make sure that there is matching of the mental health care user to the facility.
So the list would just give you the number together with the place of the where the patients should go.
That is to my knowledge. I think more clarity will come when my colleagues who were right on the floor will be testifying.
Okay, continue.
Yes. Doctor, please, if there is any question that I put that does not fall within your knowledge, then please say so. We know that Ms. Zanele Buthelezi will testify and she would have been involved in this process. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Doctor, you referred to Mr. Paul Mokoena in your affidavits, in your evidence. If I may refer you to Mr. Mokwena's affidavit, my lady, I must confess that I did not write down the page number, so I must look for it myself. It is item 53 on the general list from page 1443.
That is
A39, my lady.
Thank you.
Page 1443.
The page up front.
I have the page.
You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. You confirm that Mr. Mokoena was the hospital manager at the Waverley Care Centre at the relevant time. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now, once again, just by way of confirming what you have testified thus far and expanding on it, may I refer you to paragraph 10 on page 445. Sorry, 1445.
Thank you. I've got the paragraph.
He says, I was appointed by Life Esidimeni to form part of the Life Esidimeni team to negotiate and discuss the transfer process. We initially indicated that the process should be followed is that the mental health care users must be assessed by the multidisciplinary team, MDT, and the clinicians to assess whether they are eligible of being discharged home or transferred to NGOs. The mental health care users not only suffered from psychiatric conditions, but they also suffered from medical comorbidities and frailty, with some requiring care and treatment in a hospital scenario. At first, the Gauteng Department of Health agreed and indicated that a task team would be appointed to assess the patients. They did not follow through with the latter process. Doctor, can you confirm that that is indeed correct? That at first the Gauteng Department of Health agreed and indicated that a task team would be appointed to assess the patients, but that they did not follow through?
That is true.
If I may then refer you to paragraph 12, where Mr. Mokoena says, we're also in the meetings at the Gauteng Department of Health offices and requested the details of the NGOs to enable us to visit them and assess them, as the new NGOs were not known to us. We had a long history and working relationship with existing NGOs, and we knew exactly what type of mental health care users they could cater for, given their resources and staffing. The Gauteng Department of Health refused to allow us to inspect the new NGOs and indicated that the vetting of the NGOs was the prerogative of the Gauteng Department of Health. You confirm that?
Yes, I can confirm that.
I can then turn to paragraph 14 on page 1446. We asked for sufficient time to have the clinicians assess the mental health care users prior to transfer. They refused to grant such an extension. In the interest of the mental health care users, we were mandated by head office to propose to the Gauteng Department of Health, excuse me, my lady, that they buy the facilities and take over the facilities and staff, which would avoid the need to transfer the mental health care users. We were informed that they would seek instructions, but they later advised that the option could not be exercised. The former MEC, Mahlangu, made it clear that the Gauteng Department of Health was not going to buy the facilities and that Life Esidimeni would not see a cent for the facilities. She indicated that the Gauteng Department of Health was going to decant the mental health care users and that what happened to the Life Esidimeni facilities thereafter was not her problem. Doctor, can you comment on the contents of this paragraph?
I can comment on this paragraph, and also from the report that I got from Mr. Mkwena regarding the meeting that was held with the MEC with the families, that she indicated that she was not closing Life Esidimeni, she was just terminating the contract.
Right. Then paragraph 15, there was a break with the process of having mental health care users properly assessed by the clinicians and the multidisciplinary team and declared fit for the discharge and transfer or transfer. The system of sending mental health care users on leave of absences to assess whether they were adjusting to the new environment was also not followed. The Gauteng Department of Health would send NGOs to the facility with transport vehicles to collect mental health care users. In one instance, an NGO arrived with a Dodge Light delivery vehicle without a canopy and said they wanted 10 mental health care users because a new NGO had opened in Kagiso, Krugersdorp, and we said, no, we shall not allow the mental health care users to be transported in such a vehicle, as they were not dealing with sacks of potatoes. The NGO reported us to the Gauteng Department of Health, and the Gauteng Department of Health was upset with us. 2 weeks later, they came with a proper vehicle. Can you comment on that?
I am aware. Yes, I can confirm that I am aware of that incident and also the facts that are stated in paragraph 50.
Right. Doctor, if I can then refer you to paragraph 21 on page 1447, and I'm going to deal with this issue again later on, but at this point it's convenient to deal with it here. Mr. Mkwena says, I refute any allegations that mental health care users were transferred from Waverley in a dirty, smelly, disheveled, dehydrated and emaciated state. This did not occur during the time that I was hospital manager at Waverley. I did not receive any such complaints from the Gauteng Department of Health or the hospital managers or CEO of Weskoppies, Sterkfontein or Tara during my employment at Waverley. Now, Doctor, my question to you is, it was put to you in cross-examination by a number of the representatives of NGOs and departmental parties that there will be evidence that patients, mental health care users, were transferred either sick or, as described here, dirty, smelly, disheveled, dehydrated and emaciated. Mr. Mkwena says he was never informed of such a situation by hospital managers. My question is, were you ever contacted by any person from the Gauteng Department of Health to complain or inform you that such incidents had occurred?
No one from the Gauteng Department of Health raised any complaints or concerns to me.
Yes.
Thank you. My lady, I now want to turn to a new aspect which will take some time. May I suggest that we perhaps proceed tomorrow morning?
Okay.
It is now 1551, so
yes, I can.
we're losing 9 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think this is the opportune time for us to adjourn these proceedings until tomorrow morning.
Thank you, my lady. Perhaps just one aspect before we adjourn. When we debated procedure yesterday,
just before you do that, the witness must know that he's warned, as I've been warning you, and also further that you will be here tomorrow again to finalize your evidence if possible. Thank you, and thank you very much. Can I hear you? And I see, I think Ms. Hasim also wanted to raise something. Yes.
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
It dealt with the next witness that is anticipated, Zanele Buthelezi.
Yes.
The arrangement was that she should testify tomorrow. Excuse me. I am probably going to be quite a while with Dr. Mkhatshwa tomorrow.
Okay.
I cannot, although I may be finished by lunchtime, although I don't anticipate that. I think your ladyship must just make a ruling as to when Ms. Buthelezi should be available.
Okay, and maybe I will be.
Excuse me.
Where are the evidence leaders? But this is also your witness from Life Esidimeni. Remember, there was this request that it's included in the practice directive where I indicated that where a witness is represented, there is nothing wrong if the representative of that witness continue to lead the witness. And then at the end of the day, everyone will be able to cross-examine, including the evidence leader. So I don't know. I haven't had any comment with regard to that. I just want to hear from the evidence leaders. Mr. Lane? Oh, I see the name here. It's Mr. Is he in today?
He is.
Okay.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, you can respond to that. Is there any problem for us to take that route tomorrow, maybe with Ms. Buthelezi?
My lady, we've been informed that Mrs. Buthelezi needs approximately 45 minutes to an hour to come to our office.
Yes.
So I don't see there would be a problem if we say, for instance, finish with Dr. Mkhatshwa's evidence during lunchtime to inform her to be present should the court wish to continue with the evidence later in the afternoon.
Okay, but all right, but I was asking also the second thing with regard to whether you're going to proceed to lead her as we did, because there was this concern. I think it's included in the practice directive. I don't know whether you have any problem with that. As I've indicated that where a witness is represented, we can allow the representative to lead that witness if possible, unless if you have got some concerns.
I'm ready to assist, my lady, but we can sort it out between ourselves. I do not have a...
That's fine. So you will arrange for the witness to be here. Let's say, as we had what Mr. Van Bergen has submitted. So if he finishes before 1 o'clock, the witness will have to start at 2. But if he doesn't, maybe it will be after 2. But I don't know whether, well, he cannot guarantee as to whether he will finish tomorrow. Mr. Van Bergen? Do you anticipate finishing tomorrow before 3 o'clock, or you can't guarantee that?
My lady, I can't guarantee it. I hope that I would be able to do it. May I perhaps suggest that Ms. Buthelezi be requested to be on standby?
Yes, that's where I was going, yes. Would she be on standby, Ms. Marriott? You'll yes. Try to arrange that so that, well, you'll just have to check what is happening and then alert her to be here.
I will do so. Thank you, my lady.
Okay, so surely she won't be here until before 1 o'clock.
No, yes. Except if there's another indication, my lady.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
And then the other issue, you will resolve it among yourselves, right?
We will, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. On that note, the proceedings will be adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
As your lady should please. My lady, Ms. Hassan, I think, still wanted to say something.
As it please the court, my lady.
As it please the court, my lady.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Just before you conclude, just a second, I think I forgot Ms. Kasim. I thought you wanted to say something. You are muted, I can't hear anything.
Sorry, my lady.
No, I thought when they were talking, I thought you wanted to say something.
Yes, my lady, I did. The question was whether Ms. Buthelezi would be available tomorrow, but that's already been discussed. So
yes, well, surely she will be available. Yeah. It was only the question of the time.
Sure.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much.
As the court pleases.
Thank you.